Hello guys, welcome back to Hangar 51. Let's see who's going to get in the room first tonight. And we're waiting and we're waiting, and let's see who is jumping in the room. Because we are live. Hey, Ethan, my man, there you are. Look at you, first in the room. Thank you, man. Appreciate you coming. Just tidying up last minute things here. Hey, TNRC, what's up? Got the new bird here. Just got to plug in the gear. Actually, just plug in the wings. And we're done. Mike Kelly. Skyblazer. Emmanuel. George Watts. Hey, George, what's happening? So, just plugging in my wings here so I can put the gear down on my new, brand new, got it a few hours ago, T-33. So let's see if we got gear. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. All right. That was the maiden gear down, guys. I think it'll sit on its nose if I put this back in. There we go. All right. So here it is. Let's get a few things out of the way here. Hey Christian, what's up? Who else is here? Just finished set up my new Arrows. Oh, you got an Arrows F8F. 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 What's an F8F from Arrows? F8F. You got me. Jermaine, what's up? Troy, good to see you, man. So we got the new bird on the table. Who wants to tell me what's different? Anybody notice what's different? I think I've got it mostly in the shot now. Let's take a look here and see. Yeah, that's mostly on the shot. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's see if I can. Try to get it away from the camera. I guess that's good right there. All right. I'll just stick these on for effect. I can't see them anyway. Well, you can kind of see this one. Oh, wrong side. They are. Look at that. They are left and right. Look at that. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good on camera. It's far from done, but yeah, that looks pretty good on camera. All right. Oh God, another super stormy night. Oh my God, the winds out here are horrible. It's crazy again. So it's going to sound like the rats are running across the roof. Oh, Ethan, you'll get it. Don't worry. You know, sometimes Dave gets a little behind. He's got a lot going on in his life, but you'll get it. You know, he's a man of his word. If he said he'd send it to you, he'll send it to you. So don't worry about it. He just, like I said, he's got so much going on in his life. You guys don't know half of what is going on with Dave. Yeah, he's got all kinds of things going on. So, but yeah, he'll make time. He'll get it to you. Hey, Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? 2 people in the cockpit. Yep, look at that. How about that, Mike? No, it came with that. That's not what's different. Come on, you guys. What's different? It's pretty obvious. Oh, you built a shoestring, Mike? Well, that's cool. Wayne Lee, 630. You finally made it? Well, good. I'm glad you finally made it. Welcome to the show. Thank you, Wayne. Yeah, it's still a work in progress, but we're getting there. Come on, there's something very obvious missing on this plane. You know, and then there's something else that's different about this plane. You guys should see this stuff. Come on. Have you not been paying attention? The wingtip tanks? What about them? That's close, Ethan. You're on the right track. What's different? Yeah, Sky Blazer. What's different about the wingtip tanks? Come on, guys. It's in one piece. Okay, Troy, that was funny. That's funny. That was a good one. Oh my God. No German markings! Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yes, sir. That's part of it. There's still a little more. But yeah, that was the big one. No German markings. Yellow tips? No, they're orange, but they're not. They're only half orange normally, and I'm making them full orange. So, I'll show you the other tank here. I'm surprised the first coat didn't come out very well, but it on camera it looks good. But that's how orange it should be. Okay, so it needs a couple more coats. But yeah, they only do half. Okay. Let me, yeah, there, that shows up pretty good. So only the outer half is orange, and I want the whole thing orange. So I'm painting the whole thing orange. I put one coat on, and this one actually looks pretty orange compared to what it really looks like, because it doesn't look orange at all, but on camera it looks pretty good. So yeah, I'm painting the tanks all orange, not just half orange. But there's some more details here. Yeah, somebody already said it. No German decals. Yep. What else is different? Only one is on. Can you see the other wingtip? Oh, I had it in my hand. Yeah. Good one, Ethan. Yeah, only one of them's on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put a full white package in this one. Yep. I am planning on, I'm using a, FMS, T28, wing, light package. So it'll have wingtips, nav lights, one wing, landing light. It'll have a red beacon on the bottom, and I think a red beacon on the top, that I'll put in the fuselage somewhere. And then since I have 3 crashed Avantis, I'm going to take the white flashing light that's on the top of the tank, the top of the Avanti, and I'm going to put them on the wingtips to look like strobes. So I'll have solid nav lights and white strobes on the wingtips. So yeah, I'm going to do all that. Yep. But there's one more thing you guys are missing. Okay. Um, I'm going to just tell you, I added another color to it. If you look at the nose, it's tan. And then it turns gray. And then green. So the model normally is only gray and green. And I added the tan. And I added it to the wings as well. So I haven't. It's a work in progress. I'm not done. But let me see if I can tilt this up. So now you can see where there's tan on the wings now, and that's what's covering up the German markings. Is I got rid of the German markings by painting over them. They're water slide decals, so they're flush to the foam. There's absolutely no hint that they're painted over. You can't see them. And now there's the tan on the wings, on each wing, covering up the German markings. I covered the markings up on the fuselage as well, on the tail. I have some more brown tan. I have more tan to add. Like I said, it's a work in progress. I just got the plane today, and it's been taking a while to paint it. So I had to run to Lowe's to get some more paint. My one tank just fell off, so it's probably got some hanger rash on it already. So, but yeah, it's all wired, but I didn't put all the control horns on it yet. I ran out of time. I just didn't have time. So the control horns aren't on it yet. But so what I did, I ordered some. I originally wanted to order the decal set for this plane, but the American decal set, because I'm going to put it. It's going to be an American plane, and then we're out of stock. So I ordered the decal set for the 90 millimeter F or T-45 that Freewing makes, which will have the in the jet intake, it'll have that V warning, danger warning thing. I've got those coming. The stars and bars that I could put on it. There's a lot of other decals that are coming on that decal sheet. So that's what's going to get put all over this is all that stuff to try to spruce it up a little bit. And I still have a lot more paint to do. I got some more green to add and gray brown on the tail as well. I didn't like what they did on the horizontal stabilizer. The whole left one is just gray and the whole white one is green, and I thought that looked stupid. So I'm adding colors to that as well. And I'll take that off for a minute until I get situated here. If I can get maybe over here a little farther. Yeah, that's a little better. I won't hit the wing tank. Okay, so I'm missing a bunch of the chat here, so let me move this over a little bit. No, that's not helping. Okay, well, let's do it this way then. We can do this. That's better. Okay, hey Michael Reitza, how you doing, man? We've been pronouncing it wrong for so long. I'm just getting caught up, guys. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Guniac, welcome to the show. It's good to see you here. Yep, no black on the nose cone. Good one. You noticed that. Yep, that's I overpainted the nose cone, um, the black on the nose cone. So yep, you're right there. Yep. Um, the numbers are off of the nose as well. Those big bureau numbers that were on the nose, took those off. Um, had to paint some gray over them and the tan. So um, yeah, it came with two pilots. I don't know if it maybe they originally weren't coming with two pilots, but mine came with two pilots. So I don't know exactly what the story is there, but I can get this thing situated here where you can see it better. Yeah, that's pretty good. So yeah, there were big bureau numbers on the front there. I took those off. I also added the black um, glare shield in the front on the nose in front of the pilots. So I added the black glare shield there. The beige on the nose is more prominent on this side than this side. This side's got very little. You can't see it. I can't turn it around, but the other side has a lot less beige on the nose. The kind of that diagonal thing going over it. So yeah, it's coming along. Let's see. No Minwax on it yet. I haven't used Minwax myself. I use a clear coat from Duplicolor to coat my planes, and this one will probably get that just because of all the extra painting I'm doing and the decaling that I'm going to put on it. So I probably will seal this thing up with clear when I'm done. But yeah, I think it's coming out really good. I like it. So far, it looks good. No, it's not Raptor cam, Christian. It's rafter. It's up in the rafters. So it's a rafter cam, not a raptor cam. And Reckham Roy. No, I'm sorry. Mike's SS is the one who named it that. He coined it rafter cam, and we just went with it because it's up in the rafters. So, and I haven't activated that yet tonight. I'll get to that in a minute here. I see some people are already ahead of me explaining that. No primer, Ethan. Just paint right over the foam, right over the colors. Um, the paint I use is that Lowe's water-based acrylic enamel, I guess it is, or latex. I think it's latex. It covers pretty well. Actually, all of this stuff covered really well. The orange over the green's not covering real well. I'll need a couple of coats there, but no big deal. Um, but yeah, I don't normally. It depends. I have used a primer occasionally, but not too often. Usually don't have to. So I don't use a primer too often. Hey, Paul, what's up? Good to see you here. So I'm still behind, guys. Getting caught up. Reading everybody's posts here. Trying to answer all the questions. Yeah, 12 minutes. Yeah. You guys kill me. Hey, I didn't even know it was late last time. I mean, I usually know I'm behind, but that one I didn't know. You know, I don't know how in the world it was doing that, but this has all been brushed, George. I brush painted all of this. I use one of those foam brushes. This latex, when it dries, it smooths right out. Doesn't leave any brush strokes or anything. It works really well. So I have an airbrush. I have airbrushed, but this really doesn't need it. It's too easy to just freehand it with a foam paintbrush. So, George, you bought an air tractor. Awesome, dude. That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm not allowed to buy any planes right now. This is my ex is already mad. She saw this one there today, and she thought I bought it, and I kept telling her that I want it, and she don't believe me. So, so she's pissed off. She'll get over it. Yeah, I don't think it'll be a problem on this one with the cheater holes, um, because the landing gear is pretty tall. It's up off the grass pretty far, and the field I fly off of is mowed really short every Friday, rain or shine. He mows the grass every Friday. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think you know these gear are really long. I mean, the bottom of the airplane's well off the ground. I mean, it's at least 4 inches off the ground. So I don't think the cheater hole in the bottom is going to be a problem. Um, if it is, and I might cover it up anyway. We might test that. I might put some tape over it and see how it flies with the cheater hole covered. Because once it gets moving, I think it'll get enough air from the front. The intakes in the front are pretty big, so I don't think the cheater holes are really necessary. But I don't think they're going to be a problem either, Joe, because um, the uh, the gear's so tall. I think it's high enough off the ground to be all right. No, guys, listen. I try to go back and get all the comments, in case you have questions that I missed. Because I keep asking you guys to re-ask them if I missed it, and nobody does. So, so I go back and I get caught back up. So yeah, right now I'm behind. I'm getting caught up. I'm almost there. Yeah, we got 30 in the room, 15 likes, fantastic. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Thank you, Hal. Um, don't worry, Christian. It's okay. You can laugh all you want, especially in my show. Yeah, Craig, I missed you at Mulberry. I know you had said in Wes's show that you were there, but I missed you. So yeah, I was kind of bummed. I was looking forward to meeting you. Yeah, give me some thumbs up. I need them. Tonight I do. Yeah. Can you hear all the noise again? It's windy as I mean, it's unbelievable outside right now. My canopy blew down again. I've got a tarp over a car out here, on metal poles, and it blew down again. I don't have it up really strong on purpose so that it won't blow away. I'd rather the little straps break and it blows off than to lift the whole thing off the ground and blow away. So the straps are all broke again and it's down. I got to go fix it. Yeah, I wasn't going to tell you, Eric. You know, I wasn't going to spoil the surprise, but it wasn't a T-38 anyway. It's a T-33. Surprise! Nope, I don't have any water in here. I'm going to have to go get a. I didn't bring my soda. I was running late, trying to get out here and get the gear down and get the the wing tanks on. I didn't have time to screw them on, but I could set them on. I guess I could put this one on now that I'm sitting back over here. I think this will work out all right. So, so they're here, and um, thank you, Paul. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. That means a lot to me that you say that. You know, I try really hard to put on a good show, and when you guys comment like that, it means a lot. So thank you. Um, so yeah, this thing showed up today about, I don't know, about 4 o'clock, I think it was. Um, so I immediately got it out of the box and just started painting it. You know, I didn't even start putting it together. I wanted to paint it. So if if you just got the show, I'll go back over. So if you've noticed, there's no German markings on it. I took all the markings off. I bought. They had to go to Lowe's, and I bought the green and the gray, and then the tan I have from the P40 that I built last. The LX P40, which I don't have the box out here. Um, that I got color paint for that, which is the tan. So that's the tan I put on here. So you'll see it's on the nose now. It's tan, then gray. No black on the nose anymore. I've got some tan on the wings, tan on the fuselage. There'll be more tan on the fuselage back here. The wings are done other than finish painting these completely orange instead of only half orange. The wing tanks. And then I don't know what I'm going to do with the nose yet. I have some other ideas I might do with that. Um, Somebody's got a hurricane? What? Hold on a minute. I got to back up. I just saw a post. I want to. So let's see here. What was that about? Oh, you got the Hawker Hurricane from Bitco. Gotcha. Okay, I got it now. Yeah, guys. Yeah, after all the trouble Dave had, listen, I like Bitco and I like Dynam planes. I really do. I've got a bunch of Dynam planes, and I had the 262 box here before I put this one up. So I've got the 262. I've got the Dusty Crop Hopper. I've got the 190 that Dave just got. I have one of those. And over the years, I've had some issues with their stuff, but the prices are so good, or they used to be really good. Now the prices have gone up, and it seems like the quality's gone down. So I'm a little concerned because I really like their products. I really like Dynam. So I'm hoping they get this straightened out. Maybe this was they new hires at the plant and they need to do a little retraining. But yeah, all the problems that Dave had with his way more than I would have accepted. I would have sent it back. I don't mind fixing this and that, and hell, the deal breaker for me was the lights in the wrong wings on the wrong side. That was the deal breaker for me. As soon as he said that, I would have sent the model back. The split in the fuselage. Listen, the nose of my 262 was so wide you could slide a credit card through it like a credit card swiper. It was ridiculous. But I fixed it, and I've had some other minor issues with Dynam planes over the years, but to have all the issues Dave had in one airplane was just ridiculous. the deal breaker for me would have been the lights on the wrong side. I mean, because I like the lights, and so yeah, we gotta. Dynam's gotta get their act together. I hope Bidco's relaying that to them, and they get that straightened out. Because yeah, there's a couple of planes they have now that I really want. Um, so I'm hoping that they get this stuff straightened out. So by the time I'm ready to buy those planes, which will probably be about Black Friday this year, they're better. So well, that's cool, George. That your hobby shop offers points and all that. That's really cool. Um, it's a free wing plane. This is the free wing T33. You know, the new one they came out with. They had both the German. This is the German scheme, and the American scheme's all silver with red tanks. And I wanted the camo one, but I want to change it to a American plane. So that's why the German markings are all off, and I'm adding color and changing it around, and I'm gonna add a decal sheet to make it look more like an American plane. You know, the stars and bars and all that. So I ordered the decal sheet on Monday from Motion early in the morning, and they didn't ship it till Wednesday. So I'm really mad at Motion because I wanted those here in time to have them on the model tonight to show you guys, and they didn't make it. But I guess they 2-day shipped it because now I just got an update from FedEx. It says they'll be here tomorrow. So I should have the decals tomorrow. Um, and I'm going to try to fly it. I'm going to try to maiden it Sunday. We'll see how that goes. So did I miss? Eric Shadow? Did you fix your Kingfisher? Did you the bamboo work? Where are you at with that? Yeah, I've got a bunch of them, Mike. The 636s. Um, you know, there's a lot of I buy all the bind and fly planes that Horizon. I mean, I still listen. I'm not a Spectrum guy, but that doesn't mean I don't fly Spectrum planes when I get a good deal on a bind and fly from Horizon, and I have a bunch of them. But if he's willing to give me what it costs me to put my receivers in it, I'll pull the 636s out of all those planes and send them to him, and I'll replace them with my receivers because I don't need the AS3X and the safe crap. Um, it just they're in the plane. I'm gonna use them. It's a great deal. Yes, this is yes, um, Kevin. This is the plane that Dave sent me. The one I won from Dave. It showed up today, this afternoon, and I rushed like hell to get the German markings off of it and start adding the other color, and I did a lot of changes to it um, to get it on the show tonight. So yeah, it's but yeah, this is the one I won from Dave. Dave's RC. Yeah, George, that your grandson's gonna love that. That is cool. I've been trying to get a well, I haven't literally tried yet, but I want to get a hold of Cali Graphics to have all the numbers and all the stuff I need, the eyeballs, to turn it into Dusty Crop Hopper. That was my plan when I bought the plane. I've had the plane for years. I just haven't gotten around to putting all the Dusty Crop Hopper stuff on it, but I will. Now it's raining. So now we got rain with the wind. It's probably going to get noisy as hell in here tonight. What won't Horizon fix, Mike? You sent something into Horizon they can't or won't fix it. What was that? Okay, so oh God, I don't know what this thing's doing. I'm just gonna. If I missed your question, guys, ask it again. I'm just gonna get caught up because it just keeps jumping around and I'm tired of it. You leaving, Gooniac? Oh man, you just got here. All right, dude. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm sure I don't need the 636. That wasn't what was in that plane anyway, and it was the radio is not what failed. You're in the shop putting together a Waco. Oh yeah? All right, Wild Bill. That sounds cool. I'm making up my own scheme. I'm using the German scheme, and then I'm adding color to it to make it a three-color. It's going to be tan, gray, and green, not just gray and green. And then it's got like a blue on the bottom, blue, aqua blue on the bottom of the plane. So I'm going to leave that alone. But yeah, I'm just making up a. I'm adding a little more camouflage to it for two reasons: to add some more color and to cover up the German decals. They were water slides, so they covered perfectly. Um, so you paint right over them, you can't see them. They completely disappeared. Hey, Fred. Yeah, it's the T-33 from Free Wing. It's the one I won on Dave's show last month. It came today. It came this afternoon. So I was getting it de-Germanized for the show tonight. Background makes the show different. Yeah, I'm gonna change this again. I got more boxes to bring out, so this is all gonna change. I'm gonna put some new boxes up. Keep it interesting. Yeah, it's been crappy here all day today. Um, I had originally thought if the plane didn't show up yesterday, I'd go flying today, and it didn't show up yesterday. But when I got up this morning, it was so damn windy, it was ridiculous. So I said, okay, well, we're not going flying today. Maybe the plane will come today, and it did. So, so good. So I got it cleaned up, and I got most of it done. I still have a little more work to do. Just a little more paint, and I want to do, and then I'll have the decals tomorrow. So I'll do the painting, and then I'll decal it. Um, and then I might do a video on it and put that up during the week, or if not, by next week it'll be on the table again, finished. And then you'll get to see the total finish. Kenny's starting into a camera. What is that? I don't know what you're saying, Ethan. You lost me. What is the camel thing? Camo thing to my left. Oh, are you talking about this? Is my radio? Is this what you're talking about? Yeah, I can't see it. It disappears. It's camouflage. I keep losing it. Yeah, that's my radio. It came hydro dipped camouflage. I ordered it that way. The camera's cloudy? Is that right, guys? Does my camera look cloudy? Boy, it's really raining now. Yeah, we've got at least that right now here too, Fred. Yeah, the gusts are 40, 50 miles an hour. I mean, the noises that I've been hearing all day have been wow. So some stuff's been really blowing around out here. Oh, you mean background sounds? Got background noise. I gotcha. Yeah, they killed Kenny, those bastards. Slightly blurry. There's no way to focus the camera. Let me go wipe it off. Maybe there's a fingerprint or something on it. Let me go wipe it off, see if that helps. I don't know of a way to focus it, but maybe this will help. Okay. I don't know. Is that any better? So that must have... Why is it doing that? Okay. It's focusing on the plane. I don't think... Do laptop cameras have focusing ability? I didn't even know it did. I don't know. I mean, I've never been able to, that I've ever noticed, change the focus. Let me try something here. Let's see if that makes any difference. Hang on a minute. Let me switch. Oh, we got it right here. Let's try this. Huh. Yeah, I gotta tell you guys, it's not the camera. I'm looking at my picture in OBS, and the picture's crystal clear. But my feed coming in, I've got it too. It's a little cloudy. I don't know why, but yeah, it is a little cloudy. But the feed coming to OBS is perfect. So something's happening between OBS and it being sent out. Um, Something in YouTube, I guess. Maybe it's not transmitting in high def. I don't know. Not sure. I love my Dynam 262. I really do. It's a great flying airplane. Now it has a lot of issues as far as they put the speed controls inside the fuselage. They don't get any air. They overheat. So I moved them out to the pods. I put bigger ones in so I can run it on 6S because 4S is just if you, to get any kind of decent flying out of it, you got to run the 4S is almost wide open, and then you have a 3-minute flight if you're lucky. So I went to 6S. I changed the landing gear in it. After the first Avanti went in, I took the Avanti gear out of the Avanti crash and put them in my 262. So, yeah, it's. But I mean, the plane flies fantastic, man. I mean, I literally could be a trainer. It flies so good. It's just an awesome flying airplane. So I love my Dynam 262. I really do. I think it's awesome flying. But it's a modeler plane. I had to do a lot of work to it, and I'm not done. Still got some more stuff to do to it. But when I get it finished, I think it's going to be really nice. I put 12 blade fans in it just because I could. I had one more of them over here. I don't know what I did with it. But yeah, so it's a work in progress. Doggone it. Why does it keep doing that? I can do it this way. Alright, so what did I miss? Yeah, Pearl Jam. I agree. I think their prices on the Black Horse stuff is pretty high. Um, we'll see how it goes. Um, so yeah, they're giant planes. Pearl Jam. They're really big. I mean, it's we're not talking about these 1300 millimeter foam planes. These are full blown balsa wood covering, um, and big. Like 89-inch wingspan big. So yeah, they're big airplanes. But after uh, Colin showed us the what are they, the QV or VQ planes. Um, Very similar size, balsa built up, and they're in the $400 or $500 range. Yeah, I'm you know more excited about buying one of those. I have one of those planes, the Dynam plane or the Black Horse planes. I have the P9, but I don't think. I think it is their plane, but I bought it through Banana Hobbies. It was way before Motion. I bought that thing years ago, and I still haven't finished putting it together. Um, all right, Christian, I guess you're leaving. Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, I'm one of them. I think the Dynam 262 airframe is fantastic. It flies beautiful. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you guys how rock solid on rails that plane flies. I just, I didn't like the 2 minute, 2.5 minute flight on a 4 cell. The speed controls weren't strong enough to hold a 6 cell, so I changed them. I moved them out to the nacelle so they get some air because they were just catching on fire inside the plane. Um, and I'm wondering if they fixed that because it's been well documented all over YouTube that everybody is trying to drill the gun holes and get air inside the plane to try to cool those things off because they overheat terribly. Um, there's two videos of guys with their plane caught on fire in air, and one of them, the guy ran out there and put it out in time to save the airframe. The other guy, by the time he got to the plane, there was nothing left. I mean, when I say nothing left, there was, a motor can and a charred circuit board was all that he could find from the burn, the burn hole. There was nothing left. It all disintegrated, just burnt to the ground. So, yeah, almost. Yeah, it almost feels like it was a full build. Um, does my Arrows Bearcat have a lot of rudder? Um, no, and I'll tell you why. Because I put a receiver in it because it's the only one I had at the time that I threw it in there. It's not an apprentice receiver, but it's just like the apprentice receiver. It's the Free Wing came out, or not Free Wing, but E-Flight came out with a Corsair that had the beginner, intermediate, expert mode receiver in it, and I bought a couple of those just to have them, and when I got the Bearcat, I didn't have a spare receiver around, so I threw that one in it. Well, if you're familiar with an apprentice, there's very little elevator and rudder control from the receiver. It's the way it's programmed, and so no, I don't have a lot of rudder throw. Doesn't need it. Doesn't seem to need it. I haven't had any problem flying the plane. It's ground handling's fantastic. I rarely use the rudder once I'm in the air, unless I'm trying to knife edge it, and it does it pretty well. So I've got enough rudder to get the job done, but yeah, a lot of it can be the receiver, and some of it can just be how you have the control horn and the servo arm configured. You can change a lot of that from there. So, and then I could always program my radio to overthrow it and make it go farther. So that's not a big deal. No, no kidding. A dog and suds mug? No kidding. Where did you find that at, Fred? God, I haven't seen one of those in forever. A dog and suds. Holy shit. Your planes have an expiration date, Joe, huh? Oh, yeah? Oh, God. Oh, Banana Hobbies isn't all that bad, guys. I know they have their issues, but if you can deal with them, not terrible. They're not anywhere near as bad as Hobby King. That's where the P40 came from. You know, the giant P40. I bought it from Banana Hobbies. Um, you know, hell, I tried to use General Hobbies to buy the Corsair, and that guy was a dick. You know, he made me send the plane back because he didn't want to fix it. You know, he sent me a broken airplane. I just asked him to replace the part that was broken, and he wouldn't do it. He wanted me to send the plane back. So I won't ever buy from him again. Could buy the same plane from Banana. So when I get ready for that Corsair, I'll buy it from Banana. Yeah, I've bought about, I don't know, 6 or 8 planes from Banana. And I buy a lot of glue and stuff from Banana. Um, yeah, that's the way to get more throw. You know, on the control horn, and then on the servo arm, you move it to the far out hole, or put a bigger arm on it. You know, they make bigger. You know, you can get longer servo arms. So if you want to really increase the throw, you can do it. You know, there's definitely things out there for that. All right, Shadow, that's cool. Sit down, relax. You know, we're here all night. Just take it nice and easy. No, I don't always get my. I paid for the P40. It didn't come broken or anything, so I paid for that one. You know, I have no problem paying them. You know, if they send me a good airplane, they get their money, and the P40 was fine. I didn't have any issues with the P40, so Banana got paid for that one. You know, so hey, they haven't cut me off. Obviously, they're not mad at me. You know, um, I bet I can't buy anything from General Hobbies. I bet he's got me on a blacklist. So he probably won't let me buy anything from him. But been buying from Banana for years. You know, and I've only gotten. Listen, I've bought a lot of planes from Banana Hobbies over the years, and I've only gotten 2 or 3 free ones. Can't remember. Two for sure. So, yeah, it's right, and that's very true, Michael. Yeah, these things you can't just take them out of the box and throw them in the air and expect them to fly perfect. You know, you got to do a little work. You know, like the control horns, even if they're pre-installed, doesn't mean they're adjusted correctly. So take the time to make sure everything's neutral. Make sure before you start that all your trims on your radio are neutral. Your sub trims are all neutral. Everything's square one. And then adjust all your control surfaces so they're all neutral, perfect straight neutral. Then go fly it. And if you have a propeller, balance it. I don't care if it came installed on the plane already or not. You need to take it off the plane and balance it. Listen, I just watched a video from Horizon. It's an old video. I rewatched it. We're talking about balancing props, and they even tell you that their props do not come balanced. Okay, they're close. He said they're usually pretty close, but you still need to balance them. So take it from me, guys. You need to balance your props. You won't believe the difference it makes. Just like he said, longer flight times, less wear and tear on the airframe, everything. It's a win-win-win to take those few minutes and balance the prop. Yeah, I know you are, Eric. I I didn't take any offense. I know you guys. That's what everybody does in here. Everybody's breaking my balls in here. That's part of the game. I don't. I got a very thick skin. I don't get offended. I know everybody's just kidding. I don't know what plane he's got. Oh, the Stuka. Oh God, I don't. Yeah, I have no idea. Um, I have never met Pete, but um, what's his name? Rich Baker, RC Informer has. He's a good pilot. Um, you know, even Rich says he's a very good pilot. I just think he's. I don't know. The way he, you know, his sales techniques are kind of. I don't know. I mean, I'm not offended by him or anything. I think he's okay. But I don't. He's not the spokesperson. Him being the spokesperson isn't why I buy their airplanes. I can tell you that. Um, Him flying them has, you know, when he's not talking and he's just flying, you know, he's pretty impressive on the sticks. So some of the planes definitely look like they fly really well. I'll tell you one in particular he was flying was the B-2. You know, the stealth bomber, the Spirit. You know, if you go watch his video on that one, he's, man, I'll tell you, he's got that thing on the deck, you know, scraping the runway. And it looked like it flew really good. So I bought that one too. So I have, that's another one of the banana hobby planes I have. Bought that one. I don't even know. I got a lot of banana hobby planes. I just got to tell you. Yeah, they're pretty well balanced, but I still balance them. You know, believe me, I always get, you know, and I do it a little different. You know, you can sand on them, or you know, I like to add paint. It's a little. Not only does it add weight to the lighter prop, but it also makes it shiny. If you're looking for that, you put some clear coat on it and let it dry, and then rebalance it, and now you've got, you know, shiny. If you don't want it shiny, you paint the backside. But it gives you options, you know, to paint them, you know, and still keep that nice smooth airfoil without damaging and disturbing the airfoil. You can sand them. I do that too. I sand them or I paint them, or both. Some plops, you know, I've had to sand the heavy one and still paint the other side because they're that far out of balance. So I got one prop, came on a free wing plane that I could never balance. It was so far out of whack. It was I had a mound of glue. It was out of balance on the hub, and I had so much glue on the hub, um, and I still couldn't get it 100%. So I finally just bought another prop. I bought an APC prop actually. I haven't put it on the plane yet, but you know I have it. It's gonna be on. Yeah, Shadow. It's a cool airplane. Um, but if you buy one, make sure you talk to me before you start putting it together, because, like I said on the P40, instructions are worthless, and I made a bunch of mistakes on mine. So I'll be able to tell you what to do, not to make the mistakes I made. Well, Ryan, if you haven't put it on a balancer, how do you know it's not out of balance? I mean, you know, even if it's just a little bit, it might be out of balance. If you don't put it on a balancer, you're not going to know that. So, you know, you, well, I don't think you meant to say you love to crash. It just kind of happens. Sounds like a pizza joint. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Ethan, that works, but you're also going to cause, because of the tape, it's going to cause turbulence because the tape's got an edge. So when the air goes over that edge, it's not a big deal. It's not a lot of problem, but it's not going to be quite as efficient as sanding or painting. But it works. Trust me. If you're happy with that, go for it. It certainly works. Some people put glue on it. Some people put tape on it. There's a lot of ways to do it. Um, just another option. I like to paint and sand is how I do Oh, I didn't even read the instructions. Well, I don't have a Dynam DC3. My DC3 is not a Dynam, but I don't even read the instructions on the Dynam. You know, but they're not as bad as the LX instructions are horrible. I've got 4 or 5 LX planes now, and the instructions are just horrible. Right, George. Exactly. Yeah. I just take the time to balance all my props. It's every once in a blue moon. I mean, and I think out of the 70 some airplanes I have, I think I've only ever come across 2 props that were perfectly balanced. Um, you know, my EC 1500, one of those props was way out of balance. The other one was pretty close. It was decent. I mean it it probably was good enough. But since I had it off anyway, I went ahead and balanced it. But I'm sure it was good enough the way it was. But the other one was way off. It vibrated terrible. So, Dennis, you're checking out. All right, guy. Thanks for coming. It's good to see you. Oh, so you bought a VQ Bearcat? Cool, Pearl Jam. Man, I tell you, I'm excited about those airplanes. I'm so glad Colin, you know, got on the air and shared that with us because, boy, those planes look good. They really do. I'm excited about getting one of those. I want that Banshee, which is the Army version of the Navy's. What do they call that thing? The Dauntless or something? The SB, whatever it was. Freewing used to make it in foam, and I missed the opportunity to get one. I really wish I could have gotten one. I really like it. And Dave, you already know why I'm laughing. Oh God. So Dave, I'm telling you what. As soon as the weather breaks up there, I'm gonna come spend a weekend with you. I'm gonna bring some quads. Gonna teach you how to fly a quad. We're gonna have some fun. So I know you said you want to try it. I got plenty of them to bring. I'm gonna bring. I got one in particular. I know you can fly. So yeah, I'll come up there and we'll spend the weekend flying and get you up to speed on some quadcopters. How's that sound? Yeah, it's not a German plane though, Fred. You don't see any German markings on this plane. It's not a. It's a T-33. That's an American plane. Yeah, it's an American German plane. Yeah, Dave. Just let me know when the weather's going to be good. I probably got a couple more weeks, maybe a month, probably before it's going to be good. But yeah, I'm going to come up. And we're going to have some fun. Yeah, see, that's George. You bring up a good point. That's another reason why I balance all my props is because I sand the edges. I take that sharpness off of them. I just break the edge so that they're not razor sharp because I've had my share of cuts from those razor sharp propellers. So I like to break that edge. While I'm balancing them, I break the edge on all the edges so that they're not sharp like that. So you have an SBD, huh? That's cool, Fred. Yeah, I wanted one of those so bad when they had them, and I know Ryan got one because he did a demo on it, and God, I wanted that plane. I wish they'd come bring it back because I'd really like to get one of those. But I'm really thinking about buying the VQ one too. I really like that plane. All right, Ethan. Take care. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of E-flite propellers that were drilled out of center. I put it on the balancer and it goes. I'm like, oh, God, that ain't gonna work. And call them up and say, okay, this prop's not even in drilled centered. You got to send me another one. No, I haven't sent him yet, Mike. He hasn't offered to pay me for him yet. He wants to see how many you guys donate to the cause before he starts buying mine. So, which is understandable. Um, you found your Ace RC finger guard today, huh? Ace RC. That's where my first airplane came from. My Dick's Dream over here. I've still got the box. Came from Ace RC. That's exactly who the manufacturer was of that plane. Yeah, here's the box right here. Well, this is a wing set, but yeah, there it is. Ace RC. Yep. Yeah, boy, the wives don't like it when you paint the house, do they? Man, I don't even have to paint in the house. If I'm outside in the garage painting, she smells it as soon as she comes home. Were you painting today? Yeah, I can smell it all over the house. I know. It'll go away. Just give it a few minutes. Yeah, I know. I've seen it too. I see people flying these planes all the time with the prop way out of balance, and I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why they don't fix it, but whatever. Jeff's Custom, welcome to the show, buddy. That's all right. I'm sure Dave can fix a broken antenna. I'm sure he won't mind. Wow. So I'm good for six handies, huh? Oh my god. Oh. Is it worth both hands? Oh my god. See, I'm not 12 minutes behind, guys. I'm caught up. Nobody's saying anything. I actually am waiting on you. I'm caught up. Mark your calendar. Time and place. I was actually caught up on the stream. Oh, well, three two-handers. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was an expensive mistake, huh, George? Holy crap. Yeah. I can I can understand that, Dave. Totally. But you really don't need it that bad. You make good money, so you don't need freebies. You can afford to pay a couple dollars. Thank you, Hal. Yeah, I've said it over and over about cleaning up the props. I even have gone to when I'm buying a FMS plane because the props are individual pieces. I've actually gone to the trouble of weighing each blade before I assemble it, and try to, if there's two blades that are heavier or more in identically weighing, I put them on. If it's a 4 blade prop, I make sure they're opposite each other. So the other two are the only ones I'm going to have to deal with on balancing, because these two are going to balance. So yeah, I go to a lot of trouble to make sure my props are right. I balance them all. I weigh them. When I'm assembling them, I spend a lot of time. It's worth it. It just makes the plane fly better. Get more flight time. There's no, and and even the guys from Horizon said it. They tell you on all of their planes that you should balance the prop. They try to make them as balanced as they can when they make them, but they still will need to be balanced. And I've had plenty of planes that it doesn't seem like they're shaking or vibrating or anything, but I still balance them. And they, like I said, I've only had 2 that didn't need some kind of balance. I've had some, honestly, that just took, on the one blade, a can of paint going, shh, that's all it needed. That was enough to balance it. That little bit of paint was enough to balance it. I've had some that close. And those are the ones that you probably really don't need to balance. But I check them all anyway. It's just part of pre-flight in an airplane for me. I like to check them. I like to balance them. I like to make sure it's right. So, oh, the garage isn't built yet, Paul. So the midgets, the pole, and they're not here yet. When the garage is built, I told you I'll put a pole in. Besides, GB's bringing the strippers. Jackson RC, welcome. I flew nitro for years, guys, and I really don't miss it. And every year the batteries keep getting better and better, and I just, man, I tell you, I'm just hooked on the battery stuff. I love these things. They're so clean, and they're quiet, and they're it just. And you're not. There's still some guys at my field flying nitro gas, and I see them out there. Choke. Dude, just throttle up. It's electric. It goes. You don't have to do all this. Those days are over for me. I still have some nitro planes. I'll probably fly them again one day, but I just haven't had the urge. They just, I don't know. The electric has come so far that it just makes it harder and harder. Like if I buy one of those VG, that the Banshee probably, probably should put a gas motor in that. But by the time I buy that thing, they'll probably have even better batteries that'll allow me to put an electric motor in that, and I won't even need to put a gas motor in that big son of a bitch. I'll be able to fly it just fine on electric. So, I just, they're just spoiling me with the new batteries. It's just unbelievable. Well, that's good news, Dave. You know, if those come out, like I said, the battery technology just keeps getting better and better. It makes it harder and harder for me to go back to nitro. And I've got all these. I got a box of nitro motors sitting over there. There's a nitro plane there, nitro plane there. There's two more nitro planes over there. Um, got a couple out in the barn. And I just just not really excited about going back to it. And really not. I'm just so happy with the electric. It's you know when I can fly my EC 1500 for 26 minutes on a 4 cell. Holy crap! That was incredible. And that wasn't just a putz around flight. That was a deliberate trying to go for some time flight. Yes, but it wasn't hanging on the prop. I was flying it, and it was just flying around so nice. And 26 minutes. I couldn't believe it. I didn't do any verticals or anything with it, but it's a cargo plane. I flew it like a cargo plane. I flew it around scale to look like a cargo plane. I did a bunch of touch and goes, which eats up battery, but I still got 26 minutes on that flight, which was just crazy. Yeah, George. You know what? You don't let the magic smoke out of your electric planes. That's the difference. You let the smoke out on a gas plane, but you got to keep the magic smoke in on the electric planes. Yeah, I have a couple OSs, but I was mostly a Super Tiger guy. Most of my gas motors or my nitro motors were Super Tigers. But I have a pattern motor that's an OS, and I built this big. Well, it's sitting up here on the shelf, a big pattern ship. Never finished it. Um, it's all fiberglass. It's balsa with. I put a glass coating on it because I wanted to paint it. So all the wings all glassed and the fuselage is all glassed. Just it's ready for paint and finishing, and I just don't have any urge right now. One day, I'll get to it one day. Yeah, it's the reliability for one thing. I find the most appealing about the electric is that you know gas motors can be temperamental. Nitro, all that. You're flying along, all of a sudden they just stop running for whatever reason. The glow plug died or the spark plug died or whatever, and I got telemetry in my plane, so I'm never going to run out of battery. I know when my batteries are getting low, and they just fly. I just don't have no cares that I'm not going to make it back to the runway. It's so rare these days to dead stick in. And when I was flying nitro, Christ, 50% of the time was dead sticking in. I mean, it was for one reason or another. Some of the time it might have been I ran out of gas, but just in general. No, the sound doesn't bother me either, Dave. I agree. you know, and they make sound cards. If you want a motor sound, you can put a sound card in it, and they're not exact, but it adds. Everybody talks about. I have the old Crow with the sound card, and everybody wants me to bring that plane out to the field just because of the sound card. They just love the sound of that thing. I get asked so many times, hey, did you bring the Mustang? Did you bring the Mustang? With the engine sound? No. Oh, it doesn't do that much for me. I think it's cool, but it's not that impressive to me. But man, it really a lot of the guys at my flying field really love that. So they're so disciplinary when I don't bring it out. Well, I was a pylon racer, and it was you had to bring it in dead stick when you pylon raced back in the day, quarter midget and Formula One. You weren't allowed to land with the motor running. You had to dead stick. It was just a rule. I don't know why. So we had to put solid pickups in our quarter midget planes and the Formula Ones, and then you would roll it inverted, and it would run out of gas. Instead of having a clunk, we had a solid tube going to the bottom of the tank. As soon as you roll the plane inverted, it would lose gas, shut off, and then you glide it in and dead stick it. So, and then of course I compete in glider contests, and you have to spot land a glider. That's part of the, you have to, you have a designated time you have to hit, and you have to hit the spot inside a circle on the designated time. So spot landing was also required in my glider contest days. So yeah, it's just a thing you can learn. You just need to practice it. You know. Um, well, that's what he had kids for. They're golden retrievers. Go get the airplane. Of course, the kids love it. They love going get the airplane. So yeah, the only guys that fly gas at my field, nitro gas, whatever. Some of the 3D guys. Got a lot of 3D pilots at my field. So some of the 3D guys fly both. They fly electric and gas. Um, and then there's a couple of old timers that are still flying the old crap, like a Chaos or a Sig Cadet, something like that with a, motor on it, and they're still flying it. It's 40, 50 years old, and they're still flying it, and that's fine. I mean, you know, I've progressed past that, but I still have those planes, but I've converted most of them to electric. I've got a giant. I don't think it's called a Cadet Senior. It's the other one. The it was converted to a tail dragger also. I think it was originally a tricycle gear, but it's a 80-inch wing, 85-inch wing, just constant chord wing. Box fuselage, looks similar to a Cessna. It was originally designed for a gas motor, and somebody converted it to electric, and then I got it, and I've been flying it as an electric. Um, Krusty Roy's in the house. Krusty Roy? Okay. All right, Jeff. Hey, I definitely look forward to your videos, dude. I mean, you are a craftsman for sure. So I'll be looking for your next videos. Well, have a good night. Yeah, I still have nitro cars. Um, there's one sitting right there. It's an 8 scale, all-wheel drive, on-road car. It's a 2 speed, goes over 100 miles an hour. It's a rocket ship. Um, yeah, that's fun. I did that for quite a while. Just giving Roy crap.
Hi, if you have any vision problems or know anyone has, I will tell you
How
something
in the world
very
did that
fast.
kick off? That was weird. Yeah, Mike, go have a supersized soda. That's a good one, Pearl Jam. I like that. Oh my god, that's hilarious. You know what? I don't know what the weekend looks like for flying because I have to work Saturday, and I don't know if I work Sunday or not yet. So I haven't really paid any attention to the weather. Um, it's been very windy lately for some reason, way more than normal. Normally we have breezes, but it's been freaking crazy. So I was gonna go fly today, um, but the wind was I mean, when I got up, it was already terrible. I mean, it was really bad. So, and it got worse as the day went on, and now it's crazy outside. It was sunny this morning. It looked beautiful, but it was just so damn windy. All right, Paul, that's cool. Yeah, get something done. I know that's what Ryan's doing right now too. He's listening while he's working on. Yeah, he's probably working on trucks in my show. I know he's working on something. He's a busy man, so he's definitely working on something. Yeah, Roy. So, all right, nobody tell him. Everybody, don't say now. Let's see if Roy can figure it out. Since he's late to the show, what's different about my T33? No hints. Nobody hint. Let him figure it out. Yeah, I never had a tuned pipe on my planes, but there's one on my car. I think the car's right here. This is I've got two of these. This is one of them. Same car. This is a Scorpion. No, what do they call this thing? A Serpent. It's an all-wheel drive, 8 scale, 2-speed clutch. I think it's an 021 motor. Um, yeah, this is. I have two of these, and I ran these in the state series back in the '80s. Uh, first year in the races, I took third place in the state. Um, Good car. It's well built. It's got a really cool suspension that's very adjustable. Um, I've had different bodies on it, but this body seems to give me the best neutral feeling. But I have a whole pile of bodies over here, all different. You know, Porsches. I think this is a McLaren body. Um, but yeah, I tried a bunch of different bodies. So did I miss any guesses from Roy? Let me go back and look. The camo's different. Good call. All right. Yes, it is. It's what's different about it. It is different. What else is different? Yeah, it's green camo, but that was it comes green and gray. I added the tan, so it's a third color now. It doesn't have any German markings on it. I took all the German markings off of it. It's going to be an American plane. It's a T-33. It's not a captured T-33 for the Germans. I didn't want no damn German airplane. So I've added. I'm not done, but I added camo. I added a tan color to the camouflage, so it's a three-color scheme now. I'm painting the. It's not done. It looks orange to you in the picture here, but it's not. Um, that's just a camera. It's gonna be orange, more orange than that. It's gonna be as orange as this. So eventually, when I get a couple more coats of paint on it, it'll be that orange. So, because the way they do it, you only get half of it's orange, half of it's green. So this has already got a coat of orange on it, so it's not as green as it was. But I didn't like that. I want the whole tank orange. So I'm changing that and adding camo, adding American markings, adding lights, adding decals. Yeah, no stickers on it. Yeah, it does. It actually does have some on it, but no German. I took all the German stuff off. So I'm going to add lights to it, and yeah, it's coming out good. I'm really happy with the way the paint covered the German markings, and the tan looks good. I got rid of the black on the nose. I thought the black, they had those two panels on the nose black. That looked awful, so I got rid of that. I added the. You can just see at the top there, right in front of the windshield. I put the black anti-glare flat paint right in front of the pilot. So I added that. Um, just a lot of little stuff. You know, it's coming out so good. I might enter it in that contest that Motion's having. You know, the modified airplane contest. I may throw it in there. We'll see how it comes out. Um, but it's a nice airplane. I like the plane. It's a good size. It looks good. Um, looking forward to flying it. Um, looking forward to finishing it and flying it. I really am. I can't thank Dave enough for what he does for us. This was because I would not have bought this airplane. I thought it was too expensive for the size it is, and no lights. I just thought it was a little overpriced. I thought they priced it out of the market, so I wasn't going to buy one. It wasn't on my radar to buy it. Now, I liked it. I mean, I like a T-33. I like the plane. I just I was going to wait and see if the price came down, and you can't even tell. I've touched up paint like on the sides here. Look at the nose where the bureau numbers were on it, like the 9582, the giant numbers. Went to Lowe's. They mixed me up a little sample paint. I think I might have one out here. It's $3. Matches perfect. I painted right over the numbers. You can't even tell where the paint is, where the numbers were. You can't tell. The paint matches perfect. You get it's a big thing of paint. It's at least a pint of sample paint for $3, and they use their camera to duplicate the color, and they get it right every time. I've been so impressed with how close their paint matches every time I get paint made there, and I've got dozens of paints for all my planes that I've gone and had matched to touch up planes like this one. And so I had to get the gray to cover up the numbers, and to cover up the German cross on this side of the plane, and then I had to get the green to cover up. Well, that was weird. To cover up the green cross on this side of the plane, and then the wings I covered them up by putting tan. I added tan. That's how I covered the ones on the wings. I needed green to cover up the German flag on the tail. It's got a German, flag on it, so I had to cover that up. So I had to get the green for that. And you can't tell. The paint match is perfect. So yeah, very, very cool. Yeah, hell, Dave is the shits. For sure. Yeah, he cracks me up. He called me the other day. Yeah, this is your proctologist. I just wanted to let you know that after further examination of your files, you have one big asshole. Holy crap, Dave. Yeah, on this one I was just brushing it on, Dave. Yeah. I sometimes airbrush, but the paints I get from Lowe's, the Valspar sample paint, I put it on with a foam brush, and it leaves no marks. I mean, when it dries, all you see is the foam. The little bit of foam texture you can see. that's all you can see. It dries perfect, and there's no brush marks or anything. It comes out perfect. So yeah, stuff like this, I don't bother airbrushing. If I'm gonna weather a plane, I'll airbrush it. Do the streaks coming out of the gun ports and engine panels and stuff like that. But just adding colors like this or painting it, no, just paint it with a brush. It works fine. Foam brush works beautiful. No kidding. George, you just had a whole flock of Blackhawks go over, huh? Wow. How loud was that? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to enter it. What the hell? I'm going to finish painting it, getting it all decaled up. And I bought the decal sheet for the T45 because it's got the jet warning labels that go on the jet port, the jet intake. So I got those on. The decal sheet will be here tomorrow, so I'm gonna put those on there, and all the bars, the stars and bars on the wings and the bottom and all that. And I might add a U.S. Air Force to it as well. I have a couple of those stickers, and then I'm gonna put the lights on it, and I'm gonna use. I should have one right here, as a matter of fact. Yeah. So here's the white beacon for the Avanti right here. So I'm going to take two of those and put them on the wingtips because they'll look like strobe lights. So they'll be blinking alongside the nav lights. They'll have the blue or the red and green nav lights will be solid, and then I'm going to put these next to it. They'll blink, and I have the bottom red one also from the Avanti. So I have some of those, but I might add these as well. So I'm going to put a bunch of lights on it. Yeah, it's going to be cool. I might put a green light in the canopy to look like the targeting. I might do that too. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how crazy I want to get with it. But yeah, it's a nice airplane. I really like it. It looks good. I hope it flies as good as it looks because it looks really good. And the little bit of paint work I'm doing on it's coming out really nice. The bottom of the plane's an aqua blue, so it's it's pretty cool. And the tapes and everything all match, so it's nice and clean on the bottom. It looks good. So I'm really happy with it. I got to tell you, I like it. I thought it was going to be a good airplane, and I like it. I can't wait to fly it. I hope it flies as good as it looks. I really do, because this is definitely going to be a plane that'll be in my car a lot, probably. I don't generally leave a jet in my car, but the Avanti was the exception. I used to leave the Avanti in the car all the time. I always had that with me, pretty much. So I'm hoping this is going to replace the Avanti. I kind of think it will. We'll see. We'll find out. My chair fell apart again. Can't find... All right, Jeff. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Yeah. Yep. Banana Hobbies has the F-117. I've been looking at that thing for a while. Banana's got a lot of cool airplanes from LX. They have a YF-23 Man, I want that plane bad. I mean, I probably won't even fly it. I just want it. You know, I'll build it just hanging on the wall. I really want that airplane. You know, LX makes that one too. You know, LX makes the coolest airplanes, and they fly really good. But you know, they're a hobby plane, man. You better be a hobbyist because you're gonna need to work on it. You know, their planes need work. Um, you know, as long as you're willing to put in the work, you're good to go. Yeah, Paul, I tried some Home Depot paint once, but I didn't know they had like different levels of paint. Um, and the paint I got from Home Depot didn't cover with a crap. But I found out later that they had, you know, there was different grades. They have sample paint for different grades of paint, and I didn't know that. It was bare paint, but it wasn't. It just didn't work right. It didn't cover. I mean, I finally got it to work, but I had to do 2 or 3 coats to get it to cover. It just wasn't covering. It was almost like it was too thin. And as I was brushing it, you know, it would brush away, you know, and it would take the paint off, you know. Then I have to get more paint and put some more paint back on, and you can't like keep brushing it because you'll just brush it off, and then you got to start over again. So it worked. I mean, it was a good color match. It worked fine. It just was a little more tedious than the Valspar paint from Lowe's. So I've stuck with that over the years, and I'm just so happy with the way that stuff matches and turns out. And it's a satin. I get the satin stuff, so it's got a little sheen to it, just like the paint that's on the plane. So it matches perfect. Even the sheen matches. So like you're looking at the nose of the plane where that big bureau number was on it, and you know you can't see where the number was or where I touched up the gray, and then I added the tan, and it's just come out perfect. It looks fantastic. Really, you think the that's interesting, Dave. So you think the latex paint clogs the airbrush more? Huh? That's interesting. You know, being that it's water based, you would think it would, you know, just thin it more or whatever, and it would go through the airbrush great. Um, I don't know. That just kind of surprises me. Um, but I haven't put any of this paint through an airbrush yet. It's just not, you know, like I said, if I'm weathering a plane, I'd airbrush it, but I'm not. This doesn't need airbrushing. This is too easy, just paint. Uh, the amount of paint I'm putting on this Wild Bill, I doubt that it'll add any weight at all. Honestly, I doubt. You know, grams maybe. You know, I'm just not adding that much paint, and you know it evaporates. All the you know the water that's evaporates out, just leaving that thin little layer of paint behind. It weighs nothing. I mean, you know, I doubt that it's going to add more than a gram or two. Oh, Fred, so you've got the LX F4F, huh? Well, that's cool. Um, I think I'm not positive, but I think that was the one plane that FMS was getting. I think their F4F is the same plane. I believe. I'm not positive of that, but I think it is. Um, The broom's still standing? I'm missing something here. What broom? I guess that's not meant for me. I don't know. I'm not following. How you doing, Thompson? It's good to see you here, man. Oh, sure, yeah, yeah. You got to make sure you clean out the airbrush, Dave. Yeah, yeah. You leave paint in the airbrush. I don't care what kind of paint it is. It's gonna, screw up the airbrush. You got to clean it anyway. So you're better off just running water through it, or airbrush cleaning fluid, or lacquer thinner, whatever you want to run through it. But definitely run shit through the gun to clean it, because yeah, any paint left in the gun's gonna mess it up. Eric, you don't like officers. That's funny. Right, Paul, and that's what I say. I didn't know when I got a sample that, because he didn't say anything to me. He didn't tell me I had choices. So I obviously got the wrong stuff, because I have bought more paint from Home Depot, and it was better. But the first one I got wasn't very good, and I didn't know they had all these different. When I go into Lowe's, I just tell them, listen, I want some sample Valspar paint. It just comes semi-gloss. That's it. I mean, it's a sample, and it's perfect. I mean, I don't have to screw with it. It's just exactly what I want. So, but yeah, I didn't know I had options at Home Depot when the first time I bought paint there. So, um, oh, I missed something here. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Bill. Yeah, well, yeah, that you can run. Hell, if you're gonna run it through an airbrush, buddy, you can run diesel fuel through it, and it'll do the same thing. If you're gonna run it through an airbrush, yeah, run diesel fuel through it and light it. It does the same thing. Don't try it indoors. Yeah, that's good advice. Avoid the clap. Jimmy Dugan. Oh, that's funny. Lee Davison. Good to see you. Oh my God, the V900 doesn't know what wind is. It's going so goddamn fast. Jesus. There's no way wind would affect that airplane. Yeah, that's true. Um, Thompson's. And I agree. I think it's a great tool to learn to fly, get your left and right coordination and stuff. But if you stay on it, it's going to create bad habits. Once you got to get off, you got to wean yourself off of it. You can't keep flying and safe. It's just, you're missing so much of the hobby if you don't take the plane out of safe. So yeah, I agree 100%. I think it's a wonderful thing to have. I think Horizon was awesome when they came out with that technology. Um, but it has its place, and I think the sooner you can get off of safe um, and enjoy the way the plane really flies, it'll make you a much better pilot, and you'll enjoy the hobby so much more. So, was EQ here? I didn't even see EQ. Oh, there he is. Were you were you just lurking tonight? I didn't see you post anything until you said goodnight. You're still here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good night. What do you mean, Mike, when you say turn off gyros in a real jet? Well, that's okay, Mike, as long as you're turning it on and off. You're trying to wean yourself off, but that's good practice. Listen, there's nothing wrong with if you need to turn it back on to save an airplane. There is no shame in that. Absolutely no shame in that. It's there as a tool. Use it. If you need it, use it. Absolutely. There's no shame in that. I haven't had a safe crash a plane yet, um, but I've definitely helped guys save planes with it for sure. Um, like I said, it's a wonderful tool in the box to use if you need it. Um, I've got two guys out the field I'm trying to teach to fly, and neither one of them want to turn the safe off, and they think they're just doing so fantastic, you know. And all they can do is fly around in left circles, and they can't hit the runway. Um, well, I take that back. They can hit the runway. They can't land on the runway. They do cartwheels in the field, or they hit the runway and tear the landing gear out of it, or whatever. And to lead the horse to water, you can't make them drink it. I've tried to teach them what to do, and they just don't want to listen. And the one guy keeps telling me how impressed I'm going to be every time I come out to the field. And every time I come out to the field, there's a pile of airplane laying there, kind of like my Avanti. And you know, and I'm not going to say anything to him. I don't want to hurt his feelings, but he keeps telling me that I'm going to be so impressed. Okay, I'm waiting, still waiting. He bought a simulator. He thought that was going to be the end all do all. It was going to fix everything. You know. And again, all he can do is fly around in left circles over his head, over the flight line, which are big. He'd never be allowed to fly at an AMA field. They'd kick his ass right out because he can't stop flying over the flight line. You know, he just flies right over the pits, over the flight line, over the cars, in a left circle. He flies around himself in a left circle. That's all he can do. So. Yeah, it's amazing. You know, there's only two ways they can crash an airplane with safe into a tree. Either they're doing nothing and it just flies into the tree because they're afraid to give it a command because they don't know which way to command it. So instead of doing something, they just let it fly into the tree. Or they're holding the plane at the wrong control and it's headed for the tree and they won't let go. And you know. So, but yeah, I've seen it. I always tell the guys, listen, you got to do something, and even if it's wrong, do something because doing nothing is absolutely going to crash the airplane. Okay, so don't do nothing. Do something. Try to save the airplane. Do something. Yeah, this one guy. He just refuses to listen. You know, and he flies over the pits every time he flies over the flight line. And the rules are pretty laxed out there. You know, the owner won't say anything until you become dangerous. You know, if you crash an airplane in the pits, he's going to have a word with you. But he tries not to be a dictator at all. He absolutely will not go say anything to anybody until it's an absolute problem, which sometimes is too late. So I wish he'd speak up a little more. You know, he has two rules out there. That's it, just two. You don't park in his parking place. That'll get you ejected. You don't drive your car on the runways. And he's gone to a lot of trouble to roll them, smooth them, cut them, and if he sees you drive your car out on the runway like you're going to go get an airplane that crashed or something, that'll get you ejected. And that's really the only two hard rules that we have. Anything else pretty much goes. You can pretty much do anything, and he's okay with it. You know, until there's a problem. You know, so. Yeah. What kind of stupid shit do you do, Dave? Well, he started off flying an apprentice, and he thought he graduated from that, which I told him, listen, you're not ready to get off this plane. Oh, yeah, I can fly this thing around. No problem. I said, really? And I switched this. I reached over and switched the safe off. And he started screaming like a little girl. Oh, my God, turn it on, turn it back on, turn it back on. What are you, and I started laughing. I said, see, Ronnie, you're not ready for anything yet. You know, you can't even fly the plane unless it's flying itself. So you're not ready for anything else. Well, that didn't stop him. He bought a Hobby King. Bought the stuff used. He bought a Hobby King Sea Fury, and he bought a Dynam Corsair, and then he bought a brand new. Bought this one new. He bought the brand new Cessna 150. You know, the big Carbon Z. On the first flight, again flying around left circles, hit the ground, did a cartwheel, broke the wingtip off. Very first flight. And then a week later, I came out, and that was the plane that was balled up in a pile. I mean, destroyed. Like my Avanti, it was just destroyed. And he said he was going to get another one. And, a week or two went by, and he hadn't done anything yet. And he asked me, do you think I should get another one? I said, no, Ronnie, I think you should fix this one. Just glue it back together. Who cares what it looks like? You know, glue it back together and fly it. So he is. He's been at the field. He's been gluing it back together. He's got some foam safe CA and he's trying to put it all back together. And I really haven't been watching him to see what he's doing, but um, he doesn't want any help. He thinks he's got it all under control. And I just I'm past the days of arguing with guys that trying to make them do the right thing so they'll enjoy the hobby better. You know, I'm waiting for him to finally come over and say to me, "What am I doing wrong?" Well, I'll tell you. you know, you're flying planes. You're not ready to be flying yet. I gave him a precise pattern to fly, to teach him some muscle memory, some left and right control, so that he could, you know, get better at flying and landing an airplane. And he did it the first day I told him to. He wasn't doing it the second day, and I reminded him. And he says, "Yeah, I know. I wanted to get this first flight in this way." And I haven't said another word, and he's never flown the pattern since. He just continues to fly around in left circles. So, and I feel bad. I mean, I really want to see people enjoy this hobby. I try to help people as much as I can so they can really enjoy this hobby. And but you just can't. You can't fix everything. So he'll learn. Eventually, I guess he'll learn. He'll either learn or quit the hobby. And it'll be sad if he quits the hobby. I hate seeing people do that. That's what really frustrates me more than anything is when people continually do the wrong stuff. They don't learn from their mistakes, and then they blame the hobby. It's not fun. It's too hard, or it's whatever, and they get out of and it just drives me nuts. It looks like a submarine. I know. Doesn't the nose of a T-33 kind of look like a submarine? I always said that too. It's got a funny nose on it, the way it turns down, and yeah, I agree. It does look like some submarines I've seen. It's kind of funny that you say that. But it looked more like a submarine with that black. They had the front. They had two blacked out areas on the front of it, which really looked like a submarine then. I couldn't stand that. So I had to get rid of that. I missed something here. Let me come back up. Oh, that's great. It's doing that again. Yeah, I did hint that. Eric. I'm glad you caught that. Yeah. Yeah, my UMX turbo timber, or not the turbo, to the regular timber, but I fly that in safe a lot actually, because I can have, um, it'll still roll and stuff. You can override safe, the way it's set up, so you can still do all kinds of fun stuff with it with the safe on. So there's a lot of times I'm flying with safe on with that plane. I enjoy it both ways, safe on and off on that one. That's just a good little airplane. That thing is so much fun to fly. Really like that airplane. I saw you here earlier, Tim. And I didn't say hi, so hi. A fish tank is a sub for fish. So how you doing, Tim? You doing all right? A pregnant mom swimming is a submarine for babies. Oh, that's clever. You're right. I can't. You're right. I can't fly that damn thing either with a huge smile on my face. That little UMX Timber is just so damn fun to fly that I just can't fly it without a smile on my face. It's just hilarious. That was the best $100 I ever spent in my life. That really was. That is just such a great little airplane. And now I heard they did away with it. I guess the turbo timber though is just as good. So thank God for that. Um, but yeah, what a good little airplane. Gotta love that thing. Oh, is Mikey K checking out? All right, buddy. It's good to see you here again. I'm glad you're here. It's always good to see you here. Yeah, guys. If nothing else, you get out of my show tonight, man. If you don't have one of those little UMX timbers, whether the regular timber or the turbo timber, get one. If you want to wait till they go on sale, that's fine. That's what I do. When they put the turbo timber on sale, I'll buy one because I'm going to get another one. But what a great little airplane! It's just you want to talk about a plane that'll just put a smile on your face. With those little lights, little strobe lights flashing at you, and it's just flying around, and you could stunt the hell out of it, and it just flies so much better than the big timber. I mean, so it's a totally different airplane. I mean, they look alike, but man, they don't fly anywhere near alike. So yeah, it's just a great little airplane. When I get the new hangar built, I'll probably be flying every day in the hangar with that plane. I'll probably just fly it around inside there all day long. You know, it's because it's just that much fun. Yeah, that's dangerous, Dave. I saw a guy fold his wings on his UMX Timber doing that. You know, we heard the crack. You know, all of a sudden the wings went from you know bowing to boing, like this, and he got it down. They didn't come off, and he landed it. But oh man, did it screw his wings up? Yeah, absolutely a great indoor gym plane for sure. You know, but it's great outdoors too. And on a windy day, guys, you won't believe how good that thing flies in a good wind. I mean, a strong, gusty wind. That little plane can handle it. It's amazing. It's just it's just a hoot to fly. You know, even in strong winds, you can still fly it. You know, nose it down, get it to penetrate into the wind, and then you just let it fly up from there and it'll hover. You know, you just keep, you know, fooling around with it, keeping it in a hover. It's a blast. You know, I until you said that, Paul, I wasn't thinking of putting a landing light on the nose wheel, but now I think I am because I have a couple extra nose lights from the. I've got a broken 810 gear that has a good light on it, and I think that'll work. So I might even put a nose gear light on this. Come to think of it, that's a good idea. So I might even add that. I've got a landing light in the wing because the T-28 had one landing light. So I'll have access to that. So I can put that light in the wing for the landing light. And the nav lights from that same kit. And then there's two red beacons that blink. And then I can add the Avanti white lights that blink to look like strobes on the wingtips. And add that landing light on the nose gear. And then I'll probably put... I got to put something on the back of the plane. And the way this rudder goes on is so simple. I can easily run a wire through it for a tail light of some kind. So I'll probably do that too. Put a tail light on it, either out of. I've got just plain regular LEDs. I've even got blinking LEDs. Yeah, I've got some white blinkers. Yeah, I could use those for the strobe lights too. So yeah, so I got a bunch of ideas for lights, but I didn't think of the nose wheel until you said that. So thank you. That's good thought. I think I might just do that. Oh, keep trying, Dave. You will. I've seen it done. Two guys at our field did it. The second guy wasn't trying to, and he did it. He got the plane in a bad attitude and in an emergency elevator up to save it. And he saved it, but the wing snapped. So, it landed with the wings like this. And, so he had to tape it, glue it, and tape it to fix it. But, yeah, two guys broke their wings out at the field. One was intentional, one was not. This plane, George, has that control box in it, so it's already wired for lights. And I'm just gonna I'm just gonna plug into the box. It's got the blue box in it, so it's got a place for lights. And I'm just gonna pick off of there. I might need a couple of Y connectors. There's a few plugs for lights, and I think it even lets you select solid on. I'll have to check. I think this box has the option of you can have blinkers, solid on, or on only when the landing gear goes down. I'll have to check. So I'll probably utilize that. And yeah, I'm definitely going to use the flight battery. Because I'm not going to use the balance lead off the flight battery. But the battery goes through that box, and I'll just power off of that. Because the voltage reducer's in the box. So it's already set up to run the lights. Because this is a 6S airplane. And I don't have any LEDs that'll survive that. So... Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do, Dave. Yep. Yeah, I've got several UMX planes, but that Timber's the only one I like. The other ones are underpowered. They're they just don't fly that good. They're okay. I've got two Mustangs. I've got a Cub. I've got the Beast. Um, I have two of the. Now, the F-27 UMX. I got two of those, and that's a little rocket ship because it wants to fly in 3S. And wow, yeah, that bugger hauls ass. which is scary because it's so little. It's out of sight in a second, man. If you can't blink without losing it because it's so damn fast. So yeah, it's. But I like that one. That's a cute little plane. I definitely like that plane. Um, George, which one do you have that you haven't taken out of the box? Good night, Shadow. We'll see you later. Hey, if you haven't left yet, uh, I found another video online, and it's a video of guys flying your plane. Your shadow plane. I just YouTubed. I googled that. The what you told me the name of it was, and I found a group of guys like your guys. They're all in their camouflage gear and everything, and they're setting these planes up and flying them. They got the catapult launcher, and it was really cool to watch. So yeah, do a search for it on YouTube. You'll find it. It was a really good video. It really showed how your plane flies and how you recover it. They had that big pole up with the wire off of it that it gets snagged in it, and it was really cool. So I had to tell you, I really enjoyed watching that. Trucks, trucks, trucks. I'll just do both, Ryan. We're going to want to watch both. But yeah, I want you to do the turbo timber in 20-mile-an-hour winds to show these guys. That plane's amazing in the wind. It's a blast. So yeah, definitely do it up. Definitely want to see that. That little plane in the wind is a hoot. Oh yeah, the lights on the timber are great, guys. I would never, if I had to throw one of those planes away, I'd definitely salvage the lights off of it because those little lights are fantastic. So yeah, I would definitely use those lights on any airplane. Well, I'm sure Ryan can advise you on the Creighton, Dave. I think he's got a couple of them. He's got a fleet of trucks now, so I can't even keep up with what all he's got. I just bought that one little one, and it's fun. I like it. It looks cool, and it's fun. I got to get a better battery for it though. The battery that came with it's a piece of crap. Yeah, George, this plane went together so quick it was unbelievable. Um, it was literally you use your go get 'em wire, and you pull the two elevator wires through the fuselage, and then you put two screws to put the horizontal on. Then you'd use your go get 'em wire for one more for the rudder servo. It's in this vertical. Pull that through. You set that down, and then there's two screws that go down and two that go in the sides. And the tail feathers are on. And then you put four screws in the wing, and it's on. And the wing's one piece. It comes one piece. You don't have to put together. You don't have to put spar in or anything. It's one piece put together, and it's on. And then there's 4 screws that hold the wing tanks on. 2 on each side. There's 2 holes in the end here, and you screw them on. And then that's it. It's done. I mean, other than you got to plug in the your receiver and plug in there's a ribbon cord that goes from the wing into the board. You got to plug those into the board, and then you just have to put your linkages on. This one doesn't come with the control horns are on all the surfaces, but the little the rods are not installed. So you have to install the rods on everything, and that's it. You're done. It was simple build, super simple. I mean, you can eat a sandwich and drink a Coke and watch a TV show and still build this plane in an hour. Easy. It's just, it doesn't demand any real yeah, absolutely PRM it, dude, for sure. Yeah, Paul, I haven't had to use any kind of light. All my planes, except the Dynam planes, um, when they come with lights on them, the light system that's in the plane works perfect. I haven't had to change any of them. It just, they work perfect. And what I'm doing here, I'm not reinventing the wheel. I mean, the controller that they've got in this airplane, they put in a lot of planes that Freewing makes that have lights. So I know the lights, it's capable. It's got light capability built into the board. So it's going to be simple for me to add lights to this plane. Yeah, George, those are awesome airplanes. I've been wanting one of those for a long time. I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. After crashing into the Flex Innovation fan, I was hoping to make a deal with them. And they're not against it. I mean, they sent me a message back that they'll let me know. He just kind of laughed. He says, "Well, I want to at least get some estimates, but we'll talk about it. So I might be getting some flex planes. It's my way of saying I'm sorry I hit your van with my airplane. So I'll buy an airplane from you." Oh, really? So that the UMX Pitts is really good, huh? Wow. Yeah, I don't have that one. Yeah, my buddy had the Beast, and he didn't like it at all. So um, I told him, I said, well, you have two choices. Either quit while you're ahead before you break it, and just make a beautiful coffee table ornament out of it, or sell it. and get your money back out of it. And he sold it. You know, he didn't like the way it flew. Um, I didn't fly it, but it did look like it was slightly underpowered from what I was looking at. Of course, you know, if you have crap batteries, it could be underpowered. I mean, it's not just any old battery will do. If you've got crappy batteries, then that can definitely affect how well it flies. And I think a lot of times planes get a bad rap because the equipment people are flying it with are not up to snuff. You put a 12 blade in. What's it come with? Isn't there a 12 blade in there now? What the hell's in here? Oh, what's that? It's 9? Can't see real well in there. Let me hang on a minute. No, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it looks like a 9. Is that right? Is it a 9 blade that comes in this thing? I didn't pay any attention to that.
The world isn't black and
Yeah, Paul, I'm bummed out about that as well. I really like the UMX Waco. I was going to get one. One of the guys at the field has one, and it looks like it flies really good. So I was going to get one of those, and they discontinued it. So yep, yeah. Well, no, QQ wasn't there, but his team was there. They had the van. They had a bunch of planes in the van. They were flying. Um, but yeah, he wasn't there himself. Um, and of course, you know, you have to hit the best if you're going to hit something. So yeah, I hit their van. It didn't do it. They never sent me any estimates to turn into the AMA, so I don't know if they're planning on fixing it or what they're doing. I waited 2 weeks for them to, after they sent me a message responding to my message, and they told me they were going to at least submit estimates and everything, and then I haven't heard from them since. So, never sent me any estimates. So I filed the paperwork. I guess they can file the estimates directly to the AMA. Um, yeah, Paul, you're right. Motion's got a lot of planes with nose gear lights on them. So, yeah, and I have a few. Um, yeah, I really hadn't thought of that until you said that. It probably would have came to me, but nevertheless, it was a good idea. So thank you. Yeah, I think I have room for to put a nose gear light on that, and it'll work pretty good. I could probably. I don't know if I can get lights on the mains, but I definitely should be able to get one on the nose gear. Colin! All right, we've been talking about you. Your ears burning? Yeah. It's good to see you, buddy. No big deal. We were just talking about how great the VQ planes are, and how they're so nicely priced, um, compared to like a Hangar 9 or that other brand that I've never heard of. They were talking about that were $1,000. So yeah. Um, well, Paul, the only time that nose gear light comes on is when the gear goes down, and you've already burnt your battery. I mean, it's time to land. So, for the 30 seconds it takes you to fly the pattern and land, I really don't care how much juice it's burning. I'm landing. So, you know, I don't really see that being an issue. It's an LED. It can't be burning. It can't be using that much juice. It's an LED. So, well, actually, George, he's really not the father of 3D. I mean, there's a guy that I know that actually works for him now that was doing winning 3D contests before I ever heard of QQ. We're talking like 30, 40 years ago. This guy was doing 3D, and he works for him, so he's in good company. But yeah, he is an awesome pilot. I mean, I was at where I lost my other Avanti at the show down in Naples last year. He was there, and he was flying the giant Mamba, and he was flying the shit out of it, man. I mean, he was making a show all on his own with that airplane. He was flying the shit out of that thing, and yeah, he's a hell of a good pilot for sure. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, that guy can fly. Well, exactly, George. That's exactly what they're doing. If they're browning out when they put the gear down, then they're flying too long. Again, telemetry. That's why I have telemetry in my planes. It's never a guess where my batteries are. You know, it's. I don't understand. There's two guys I fly with out of my field that both fly Tyrannus radios, and neither one of them are taking advantage of the telemetry. I don't understand why. I mean, they've had it for 10 years now. The 6 years I've been flying, it was the reason I bought the radio. Was for the battery telemetry. How cheap it was to add it to any airplane. It was ridiculous. So it was one of the main reasons I bought that radio. The price of the radio, the fact that the telemetry was so cheap, the receivers are so cheap. I mean, it was just a win, 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 win buying that radio. Now today, I wouldn't recommend that radio anymore. I would recommend the jumper, the T16 jumper radio, because it does everything. It flies Spectrum. It flies Free Sky. It flies every little toy copter you bought that came with that little plastic controller. Whatever protocol that's using the T16 jumper radio will fly it. Pretty much, just about every. I think it has 70 different protocols available built into the radio. It's just crazy, and it's $160. 16 channels, Open TX. It programs identical to my radio. It's got the same firmware in it. So, I mean, that is the radio of the century now. For $160, I think it is $170. I mean, oh my God. But yeah, the telemetry is, I mean, it just there's no guesswork. You always know where your batteries are, whether you want it autoable or not. That's up to you. You know, a lot of guys have told me that my radio's obnoxious. GB's one of them. He always tells me my radio's obnoxious, and even Rich Baker doesn't like the radio to talk. Now, Rich Baker flies real airplanes for a living. You know, that's what he does. He's a pilot. He's an airline pilot. That cockpit has got more shit, buzzers, bells, whistles, dings, dongs, voices, while he's flying the real plane. And yet he doesn't want it on his model plane. I don't get it. I really just don't get it. But yeah, I mean, it's the plane's constantly talking. The real plane is constantly talking to you. You know, if you kick off the autopilot, a siren goes off. I mean, you can't flip a switch anywhere on that airplane without some kind of notification, either voice or a horn of some kind. And yet, Rich won't fly a radio that talks. He doesn't want it to talk. I don't get it. So, I kind of, yeah, I'd be lying if I say that I don't make my radio talk as much as I do because it's like the real stuff. A little bit of it is that, but I just don't want to have to look away. You know, I want, you know, the damn thing can talk to me. Why not let it talk to me? So that's why I do it. You know, everything. If I put the flaps down, half flaps, it says half flaps. Full flaps, it says full flaps. Flaps up, it says air brake on, off. You know, whatever. It tells me everything it's doing because I want it to. You know, you don't have to. You can make the radio silent. You don't even have to listen to it say, "Welcome to OpenTX" when the radio powers up. You can turn that off too if you want. You can make it absolutely silent. You don't have to have it talk. I just, you know, I want it to talk. You know, so I make it talk. But it can be absolutely silent if you don't want. If you don't want to even hear it beep when it turns on, you can turn everything on or off in this radio. Everything. So, you know, you can definitely customize it to what you like. And I just happen to like it to have sirens and, you know, dingers and voice talking to me, you know. And a lot of guys keep telling me my radio's obnoxious. So, okay. You know, to each his own. I like it. You know, I want it to talk, so I like it. You know. And it just cracks me up that, you know, usually Rich is flying his Futaba radio, and he's got that aftermarket telemetry module strapped to his antenna, which is fine. It works. It's, you know, absolutely nothing wrong with that, but he has to look away, you know, down to his radio to look at that little screen and read the voltages to know what his plane, you know, what his battery's doing, you know. And mine just talks. And I can either flip a switch if I want to hear what it, right then, if I want to know what it is, I just flip a switch and it talks. Or it's set up to pre-talk automatically when the battery voltage hits a certain number. And, you know, it's it's just a no-brainer, you know. Right, George. That's exactly right. You know, they, and that's kind of what I was saying about even guys using weak batteries and then complaining the plane doesn't perform. You know, you gotta, you know, you gotta be thinking. You gotta use that brain. You know, that's that lump, you know, 3 feet above your ass. You know, people just don't use it, and you know, half the time that's their problem. Right, George. I don't need it to tell me. I just put the flaps down. I just like it telling me that because the real plane tells you the flaps. You know, flaps 20, flaps 30. I mean, it's the real plane talks to you, so I make my monoplane talk to me. You know, just you know, that was one of the ones that's kind of a. Now I have it set up on one. I have Crow set up on my Dusty Crop Popper, which I was going to bring out here tonight if I didn't bring this out. So if this hadn't shown up today, Dusty Crop Hopper would have been on the table, because I was going to demonstrate how I've got it set up. I've got it set up to where I've got all ailerons, flaps and ailerons, or flaps, flaperons, or crow, where the flaps are down and the ailerons are up, and I've got the radio program to make it do all that. Just to fool around with it. And I was going to demo that tonight, but this showed up, so I decided I'd bring this out instead. So that'll probably be on the table next week. Exactly, George. And Rich has been flying a lot of jets and stuff lately. As a matter of fact, down at the event we were at where I crashed the Avanti, Rich was flying an 810 all day. That's pretty much the only plane I saw him flying. He kept putting that Arctic Camo 810 up all day long. And right, so the last thing you want to do with something moving that fast is to look away from your plane. And yet, he's got the ability to put audible, and he hates a radio that talks to him. He's said it on his show many times that he doesn't like a radio that talks. It's like, okay, and it just, for me, that's funny, because he's an airline pilot. His airplane talks to him the entire time he's flying it, and yet he doesn't want his radio to talk to him. That just, to me, is funny. I think that's hilarious. Right, Paul. But if you had telemetry in your plane and you knew where your batteries were, you would know you would have enough battery to make a go around. That's my whole point of the telemetry. There's no guesswork involved. You're not going to think, oh God, do I have enough battery to make a go around? No, the radio's talking to you and telling you what your battery voltage is, so you know whether or not you have enough battery to make a go around. There's no guesswork. It just eliminates the guesswork. You know what's going on. Because the radio either verbally is telling you, or the screen, you can look down and see on the screen what your voltages are. Your call, whichever way you want to go. But yeah, I don't have to worry that my landing light's taking up too much battery, because I know where my battery is. And if the landing light's pushing it, it'll tell me. Which is, I haven't had that problem yet. I mean, my F-22 has a nose gear light. My F-4 Phantom has a nose gear light. What else has a nose gear? Oh, the Yak 130 has 3 lights. All the landing gear have lights on it. The nose gear and the mains all have lights on them. And I have yet to put the gear down and have the telemetry tell me that the battery is weaker voltage than it was when it notified me it was time to land. It's never increased the draw enough on the battery during landing to tell me that it's even lower. So that's just my personal experience. But yeah, I haven't had yet any one of those planes notify me that my battery voltage has dropped even more after I put the gear down. Because it's constantly, once I put the gear down, it goes from notifying me my battery voltage I think I have it like every 11 or 14 seconds down to 5. So once the gear goes down, or no, it's not on the gear, it's on the flaps. Once I put the flaps down, the notification comes every 5 seconds. So it tells me what my battery voltage is every 5 seconds once I put the flaps down. So I got the gear down, the flaps down, coming in for landing. It told me my voltage, my single voltage was 3.8 volts or 3.7 volts. I put the gear down, it still says 3.7 volts. It didn't drop to 3.6 or 3.5. It's still at 3.7 volts. So I haven't seen any... now, I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but if you're flying your pack that low, that your battery voltage is already down to like 3.2, and it's about ready to just crash, the bottom's going to fall out, and then you put the gear down, yeah, that could happen. But since I'm landing with plenty of battery, I don't have that problem. Yeah, Ryan, I agree with you on your videos. The way you do your videos, absolutely, you wouldn't want the radio talking. It would be disturbing. I usually only have it talking in my videos if I'm demonstrating the talking, as part of what I'm doing. But if I'm just doing a flight demo, I have a volume control right here. I can turn the volume off, and I usually do if I'm doing a flight review of the plane. I'll sometimes turn the radio off so it doesn't talk. I'll just turn the volume off. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, you wouldn't want that kind of distraction while you're, you know, doing a demonstration of an airplane, and you're doing a voiceover anyway. You're talking the whole time you're flying the plane, telling us what you're doing. So we don't need the radio to say flaps down. You say, yeah, flaps are down, gear down, or when you put them up, gear up, flaps up. So you're telling us what's going on. See, we don't need the radio telling us. So yeah, I get that. Um, I just, I just personally, I think it's funny that Rich Baker, as good a pilot as he is, and that he's a real airline pilot, doesn't want his radio to talk. I just find that funny. you know, you can't sneeze on anything in the cockpit anymore. I mean, after that, I think it was an Alaskan airline crashed when the autopilot was bumped. With just the right amount of force to deactivate it, and nobody knew it was deactivated. So nobody's paying attention, and the plane flew in the ground because somebody had bumped the stick hard enough to turn the autopilot off, but there was no warning to tell you that the autopilot. Now you get that, as soon as the autopilot goes off, master warning light goes on, and you got to reset it and turn off the horn because you turn the autopilot off. I mean, everything you do in an airliner today, it notifies you one way or the other, either verbally or with a siren of some kind, to make sure you know what the damn airplane's doing. And so Rich listens to that every day when at work, and then he's got that ability to have that kind of technology in his model airplane, and he don't want it. So, like I said, I just think that's funny. Yeah, if you only want a 3-minute flight, that works fine. I still have the timer set in my radio just for point of reference, but I don't use the timers for my flight times. They're just there to tell me how long I've been flying. But until the radio notifies me that my batteries are low, I just keep flying. I don't need to land in 3 minutes because I set the timer for 3 minutes. I land when the radio tells me, okay, it's time to land. The battery's low, it's time to land. That's when I land. The timer is irrelevant. But again, a lot of guys are still using the timer, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not ditching that in any way. I'm just saying that the technology is available. It's been available for at least 10 years, and there's so many guys that aren't taking advantage of it, and I just don't understand that personally, especially as cheap as it is. Did you guys see the flight review Wes did on the Mustang, where he was talking about the telemetry? Because he said at the end of the video he's going to show us. He's talking about it, and he was telling us how much, his battery voltages were and stuff, and he was going to show us at the end of the video, and then he forgot and didn't show us. I was really looking forward to that. I wanted to see what he was going to show me, and then he forgot to do it, so we had to get to see it. Ronnie, have you been in my show before? I don't know that I've seen you here before. Can you guys hear that? It sounds like an army of roads, of rats or mice or something running across the roof. I mean, it's ridiculous. Hey, Victor! What do you mean all night long? It's early. Christ, it's only 10 after 12 for crying out loud. Hey, Victor. This is a tribute to you. I'm, I'm painting the tanks full orange. You know, not just half orange. They're going full orange. Tribute to you. Yeah, I'm lucky. I don't work tomorrow, and I only work nights anyways. Well, mostly nights. Yeah, easy to see. That's exactly why I did it. I want to make them all orange. I wanted the plane to be a little more visible. So yeah, they're going to be full orange, not half orange. And but yeah, I'm sure your airliner is easy to see as well. Good color. I love orange. My second favorite color. Purple, then orange. This is a bright orange too. It's a pretty orange. I was going to change it, and then I thought I'm going to go with it now for now, and then if I decide I want to change it, I will. But right now, I think I'm going to go with the orange. I like it. Yeah, you probably can, George. I would have thought the crow was already in it. You just had to activate it. But either way, I know it's available because the guys that are flying the Mambas out at my field have the crow set up. Because the guy I was telling you about, his name's Lewis. I can't pronounce his last name. I got his card in my wallet. Um, and he works for Flex, and he's the guy I was talking about that had won 3D competitions 30 years ago, and he does us a favor out there. If we want a Flex plane, all we got to do is tell Lewis. He gets it for us, brings it home, he puts it together, programs the Aurora, brings it out to the field, sets it all up, test flies it, then hands you the plane. And he doesn't charge us anything to do that for us. So if anybody wants a Flex plane, that's what we do. And it's a cool, man, I'll tell you, it's great that Lewis does that. It's a great service he does for us. So he flies at our field, and there's a bunch of other guys that are buddies of his. All 3D pilots. So we've got a lot of 3D flying going on our field. There's days when it looks like there's an event going on because when these guys show up, they don't just show up with an airplane and a car. They've got these massive tents that they put up, and they got a whole flight line going on with these tents up and everything. You'd swear we're at a national event, something going on. There's usually 6 or 8 tents all lined up in a row, and then all these airplanes under the tents. Big airplanes, big 3D airplanes. It's crazy. So yeah, when they show up, it's cool. There's definitely plenty to watch. Always something going on. It's really cool. So, George, are you a good 3D pilot? Why wouldn't you want to put that Aurora in there anyway? Wow, Ronnie, what happened to you from Flex? That's cool, George. Yeah, I can. I'm not. I ain't gonna win any awards as a 3D pilot. I can do most of the stuff, but you know, it's just not the kind of flying I do. And I have a couple of planes that are better suited for 3D flying. Um, if I had a Mamba, which is what I offered to buy, if Flex wasn't going to make me pay on the $250 deductible, I was going to buy the mid-size Mamba from them. It's about 550 bucks, I think. I forget what they call it. It's not this. It's not the 10. I think it's the 30. Is that what they call it? With the lights. I wanted the light package one. It's the bigger Mamba, but not the big one that you have, the giant Mamba. But it's bigger than the little Mamba, and it comes in yellow and red. And I want the yellow one with lights. And I told them if they don't file a claim and I have to pay the 250 deductible, that I'd buy that airplane from them. And I think the guy's name I talked to was David, who sent me the email, and he was cool with that. But he just said, well, let me, let's get the estimates in and see where we're at, and then I'll get back to him. We'll work something out. I said okay. So waiting to hear from him, but he hasn't set the estimates in either, so they're in no hurry to fix the van. Listen, it was just a scratch. It didn't do any real damage to it. I bet 99% of it buffed off with a little polish. There might have been a scratch in the paint, a little scratch at the top, I think, and there may have been. It was hard to tell because there was a big scuff mark on the door, but there may have been an impression in the door and the passenger door, the front door. Maybe, I'm not sure, and that's really all that was wrong with it. The rest of it would just polish off. You know, it was just rub marks. From the paint transfer from the Avanti paint onto the white paint of the van. So it was nothing. So I was going to be surprised if either one of them fixed their vehicles. Um, so, but anyway, we'll see. You know, I did get a call from the AMA. I think it was yesterday. I got to call them back tomorrow. Somebody different. It wasn't. I was talking to Lisa, and this new girl's somebody else. So I got to call her back tomorrow and find out what she needs from me. Um, I sent them all the information that I got from everybody that I had. Yeah, everybody that was involved, and a lot they guys just didn't want to give me information. I don't know why, but you know. So I told them. I said, "You have everything I have now. If you need more information from them, contact them directly because for some reason they don't want to give me any more information." So anyway, we'll see. I've been dying to get a flex plane, so this would be an opportunity for me to get one. Because Lewis does that for us, there's a lot of flex planes at our field. Not very many 3D pilots. I mean, there's a whole bunch of airplanes out there that guys just fly the planes. They don't 3D them. They don't know how to fly 3D, but they fly the planes. They're good flying planes, so you don't have to 3D them to enjoy them. So there's a lot of them out there. I mean, you pretty much just about everybody out there has at least a QQ, the extra 300 um, or the small Mamba. Just about everybody has one or the other. A lot of them have both. And then there's guys that have them all. There's one guy out at the field that has everything but the jet. He's got, well, I take that back. He doesn't have the giant Mamba because it's not foam, but the foam plane. He's got the medium Mamba, the little Mamba. He's got 4 of the QQs, the 300. He's got the Cap 322. Yeah, like I say, he's got them all. And he loves the flex planes, so he's always buying. Yeah, that's why I was wondering what Ronnie said that he got ripped off. I was curious because I've never heard anybody complain about the service they got out of flags. There's been some complaints about product sometimes. They don't use the greatest servos in their product sometimes, in some of their planes. And the light control board for the Cap 22 or 322, 232, whatever it is, they've been blown out. So we've had a few planes go in at night because in the middle of the flight the lights go out. But I've never heard anybody complain about the service. Oh, really? So now there's another one that's even bigger? Holy crap. Really? Wow. Man. Hell, the small one's out of my price range. I don't even want to look at the big one. you know, that's not even on the radar screen. Holy shit. 100cc Mamba. Wow. That's a big biplane. Christ, that's a big biplane. Jesus. Well, we got a lot of lurkers tonight. There's 18 in the room, and there's only like 3 or 4 of us talking. That's interesting. Rich, Moore, Matt, are you guys in the room tonight? Say hi. You probably were in the room earlier. I don't think you're probably still here. But if you are, say hi. Yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest complaint I have heard, George, is the servos fail in the 300. Um, but that and the light board, the only two failures I've heard consistent problems with. Other than that, I never hear anything. Wow, Ronnie. Okay, well that's kind of crappy of them to say that. But did you pursue it any further? Did you say, listen, it may work that way, but it's not acceptable. I didn't pay this kind of money for a warped wing. I want it replaced, or did you just let it go? Because yeah, that's kind of shitty of them to say that to you, for sure. But I would have definitely, I wouldn't have accepted that. Um, all right, Paul, let me fly yours. And Tim is back again. You playing Call of Duty tonight, buddy? Is that why you're not consistently in the room? You're popping in and out? My only problem with that, Paul, is I have to buy it to give it a chance, okay? And then if I don't like it, I'm stuck with an airplane I don't really want. And right now, um, for just a little bit more money, I can buy the big pits from FMS, and that's way more on my radar than the little UMX pits. I got enough little planes. I got enough. Listen, once you have a timber, you don't need any more. That's the one. I mean, you're not going to have any more fun with anything else, than that damn thing. So, but I have others. Um, but yeah, that's the FMS pits is really on my radar right now. At that price, man, that was a steal. Yeah, George, I agree. I mean, I've seen guys that have had just a couple of flights on the plane and the servo quits. One of their pilots is actually one of the guys, a young kid at our field. It's his name's RJ, and he's a sponsored guy from there, and he got a brand new 300 right out of the box, and the first flight, one of the servos failed. I don't remember which one. Um, and he got the cap 323 or 322 or whatever it's called. He got one of those while I was in Venice down there. Same thing, right out of the box. One of the servos was bad. Of course, they took care of it. He's one of their pilots, and I would imagine they would take care of something like that anyway. But yeah, um, not a big deal. Like I said, I've only heard of a couple of incidents with servos, and then the light controller and the cap. Because it was funny when my buddies failed, I told Lewis about it at that event last year down in Naples, and Lewis was complaining that, or said that the guy Johnny must have screwed it up because it was working perfect when he gave it to him. That's what he said, and I didn't say anymore. I'm the one that helped Johnny fly it the first night when the lights went out right in the middle of the flight. So that night, Lewis is flying his cap down there, and his lights went out in the middle of the flight, and he crashed into the runway. I didn't say anything. I just laughed. Because he's complaining that it was our fault that the lights quit and his, that we did something wrong. And then he crashed his the same way. The lights went out and crashed. So I had to laugh. Well, Ronnie, there was several options you could have done depending on how you paid for it. If you used PayPal, for instance, you could have, you know, disputed the charges right off the bat. I mean, if you guys aren't using PayPal, that's your your main line right there. You know, you call them up and they don't want to fix it. You call PayPal, you get all your money back. That's simple. That's how PayPal works. It's worked that way every time for me. When I have a problem with a plane where I buy it from doesn't want to fix it for me, I just file a claim with PayPal and I get my money back. Then they want to help me. You know, then I get a call. Oh, well, we're sorry. We'll take care of it. You know, but you need to send us the money. So, no, I don't think that's his last name. Hang on a minute. Let me get the card out. I'll tell you. It's a long Italian name, I think. And he doesn't spell it Lewis that way. Hang on a second. I'll tell you who it is. I won't be able to pronounce it, but I'll spell it. Espinosa. Luis is how he spells Lewis, and then it Espinosa. Espazona, I guess. Anyway, yeah, that's his flex card. So that's our connection with our direct connection to Flex. We go through Lewis. Not that we have a problem with them, but he's at the field, and you just say, hey, you know, order me one of those planes, and he says, okay, I'll bring it next week. Okay, and it's great. And he brings it out. It's all set up. He builds it. He puts it all together. He flies it. Makes sure everything's good. He programs it the way you want it. If you want crow in it, he puts it in there for you, and then he hands you the airplane. It's all yours, and he doesn't charge you a thing for that. As a matter of fact, we save shipping charges because he brings it to us, so we don't have to pay shipping. We still have to pay the sales tax, but we get the plane without shipping, and it just sales tax, and then he puts it together and makes sure it's all okay. So, I mean, you can't beat that. What is that? MRT 1035? Welcome to the show. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's the Free Wing T-33, but modified, paint mostly. It was a German plane, and I de-Germanized it. I got my Lysol out, and I de-germed it. You know, with the coronavirus going around. So, yeah, I'm repainting it to be an American plane. So I've changed the camo a little bit. Oh. Yeah, so I'm changing the camo a little bit, changing the decals, changing some of the paint work. Added the anti-glare flat black nose, and I'm painting the tank solid orange instead of only half orange. Added a third color to the camo scheme. So it's coming out really nice. I'm really happy with it. It's looking really good. Pretty excited. You know, I had a vision when they came out with the plane, and I have enough silver airplanes. I got so many damn silver jets and silver Mustangs and silver. So I just didn't want another silver airplane. And so right when they came out with it, I said, if I buy one of those, or if I would get one of those, I would get the camo version and just take the German markings off of it and make it an American camo. And that's exactly what I'm doing. And I ended up winning it at Dave's RC. And I'm surprised Dave didn't jump in the show tonight because he knew I was going to have this plane out tonight. So, yeah, so I was So when I won the plane from Dave, um, I knew that's exactly what I was going to do with it. Was change the scheme from German to American. And I'm making it up as I go. I didn't have any set in stone plans. I'm still making. Hey, GB! It's about time you got the show. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, so I've just making some decal changes, paint scheme changes, just to make it unique, and I plan on putting lights all through it. Well, how have you tried to paint match it? What are you doing? And what part of it were you trying to match? Dave is night flying? Really? Does Dave have night fly planes? Good night, Brian. Hey, by the way, Brian, before you run off, Florida Jets is this weekend. Did you know that? And are you coming to it or going to it? Am I going to see you there? Because it's this weekend, and I if I go, it'll only be on Sunday because I got to work Saturday. Um, so yeah, let me know if you're going. Well, what you need to do, MRT, is go to Lowe's, bring a piece of the airplane with you, and hand it to them, and they have a camera, and they can take a picture of it, and they'll match it perfectly. Okay, I mean, there's I had a match paint on this plane all over it, like on the nose there. There was a big bureau number on it, 4-digit 9562 or something, giant letter numbers on the nose of the plane. I just painted right over them, and the paint matches perfect. Um, I've been touching up the green paint all over it, covering up. There was a German flag on the tail right here, and I painted over that, covered it up. Um, and I think you could probably, hey man, I'll tell you if you can see it or not. Yeah, right here, there was a German flag right there. I painted over it. There's a teeny little corner of it still in the gray, um, poking out, but it was mostly in the green, and so I covered it up. The paint match is perfect. I've been doing this for years with Lowe's, and every airplane I have that I need to fix, um, the paint matches so close every time. It's amazing. So the front nose there, where the gray is, Now the gray went all the way to the front. I've got tan on there now because I mean that's a third color I added. But there was a big bureau number on there. If you go look at Motion RC, you'll see what I'm talking about. So I bought this paint. I painted right over it. You can't even tell. It matches perfect. And all I did was cover the numbers. I didn't paint the whole thing. I just covered the numbers. It blended in perfect. Yeah, just I guarantee you they'll come up with paint that'll look as close to perfect as you can get. Just take them a piece of your airplane, and they'll scan it with their camera, and they'll mix you some paint. All right, George. Hey, it was good having you here tonight. I always enjoy it when you're in the show. So thanks for stopping by. Yeah, hopefully, George. I for sure. We definitely need some better flying weather. I agree. I've used both. Um, I've had good luck with both, but I think Lowe's is better. I think their paint match is better. Um, I really, I just every time I'm going to do something to an airplane, either repair it or touch up paint. Like when I built the P40, which is where this tan came from. The tan I added to this plane to give it a third color is the P40 paint. Because I had some nicks and stuff, hanger rash, building the plane, and I wanted to touch it up. So I went and got some paint and touched it up, and then I used that same tan from that camo paint scheme on this one to cover up to de-Germanize it. They have a camera, GB, and you just take them a piece of the airplane. Whatever, anything. I took this up there. I said, I need this orange, right? So they hold this up against the camera, and it takes a picture of the color, and then it tells the computer what to mix to copy the color, and it matches perfect every time. The automotive industry has the exact same thing. If they want to paint match a color to your car, they'll use a camera to do it. If you go to a paint shop, a reputable paint store, and want a certain color paint, and you have a sample of it, they have a camera, and they'll take a picture of it, and they'll mix you paint to match it, and it matches exactly. Whatever you want. What I use is I'm water-based. I'm thinking it's water-based latex is what I'm using. Um, they mix it in a sample jar, which is about a quart. No, I'm sorry, a pint. It's about a pint. Um, it's water-based latex, I think, and it's $3 for a pint. And hell, that's enough paint to paint the whole damn airplane. But yeah, you just go get if you got something you need to touch up, it's perfect. And they do a great job. And yeah. So if you've got damage on one of your airplanes and you've done the feather fill sand and got it all fixed, and you want to paint it to match, just take a piece of the airplane up to Lowe's, tell them you want a sample, water-based sample of paint, Valspar, and hand them the piece, and they'll put it on the camera and take a picture of it, and they'll mix you some paint. It'll match perfect when you get home. Now, it's always funny because when you first put it on, it's much lighter color, but it darkens when it dries. So the green was way too bright. The silver was, or gray, was way too bright. Even the tan. Actually, I liked the tan better, brighter. And when it dried, it dulled down, and it was prettier when it was brighter tan. But yeah, but when it dries, I brush it on with a foam brush, and when it dries, all the foam brush marks go away, and all you're left with is the foam, that the little foam detail you can see shows through the paint just like it does on all the rest of the paint, and it matches perfect. Ooh, look at Ryan pulling the big word out of his pocket there. Whoa, a spectrograph. Yeah, one of those. That's what they use. One of those things. Well, that's perfect. Just take the wing tank up there and they'll paint it. They'll match it for you perfect. Just take the tank off the plane, carry it up there, and hand it to them and say, I need this color. They'll mix it up for you and it'll match perfect. Yeah, I do too. Every time I'm carrying, sometimes I have to take a wing or something in there, and people look at you like, yeah, I get that a lot. Today I took the tail, the horizontal tail in, and the tank in, and the paint guy says, first thing he says to me is, "There's some kind of thing going on this weekend." Well, no, I take that back. The first thing he asked me is, "This going in water?" Because I guess he thought this was, I don't know, a torpedo because of the fin on it, and or it was a float or something. So at first he thought it was going in water. I said, no, it's not going in water. He says, oh, okay. It's going in an airplane. I said, yeah. He says, there's some kind of event going on this weekend? I said, why? He says, because there was a guy in here earlier with an airplane that I mixed some paint for. It was a Japanese plane. And I started laughing. Really? I said, what's the guy look like? Because I know everybody around here, so I figured I probably knew him. But yeah, it was just funny that. But yeah, same thing. I get funny looks. You're carrying something in, especially when they can recognize it's a part of an airplane. This they don't know what the hell this is. The average person doesn't know what this is. They would have never figured it out. But when you carry a whole wing in, everybody knows that's an airplane wing, and then they start looking at you like, oh, what's he bringing that in here for? Well, a lot of reasons. They sell glue. Might need some glue. They sell paint. Might need some paint. They sell hardware. Steel rods and stuff. If you've got a lathe like I do and a milling machine, you might need to manufacture something. So yeah, it's it's not that unheard of, but they just aren't used to seeing you carrying airplane parts in. Yeah, I think it's latex water base is what I think it is. They also have an oil base. I've never bought the oil base for obvious reasons. I mean, it's a foam airplane. Water's going to work fine. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just water-based latex paint. It's house paint. Paint your walls with. Works perfect on airplanes. Been doing it for years. I mean, years. And they do such a great job. So yeah, take your wing tank off and take it up there tomorrow. And unless you want to just carry the whole airplane in, I mean, you can certainly do that. But yeah, I generally like just to take small pieces if I can. Less chance of anything getting damaged. And they'll shoot it with their spectrograph or whatever that was. It scroll off the page and I can't read it now. It's a camera, and they'll take a picture of it, and then the computer tells them what the mix code is, and they'll mix you up a sample for $3, and you'll be good to go. No, MRT from Home Depot. You can get their samples in flat, semi-gloss, or gloss. They have a wide range of sample paint, much wider than Lowe's, but I don't care about that. The Lowe's paint's been a better match for my planes than the Home Depot. Over you know, just my experience. But I'm much happier with the Lowe's paint. Um, but yeah, Home Depot has a wide range of samples they'll make you, and I didn't know that the first time I went in there. Um, I just got a sample and I got it home and it matched, but the cover it didn't cover very well, so I had to do 3 coats of it to get a nice. The color match was right on, but it was flat paint, and I would have rather had the satin because I like the satin paint better. And this stuff was flat, and it didn't cover well, but the color was right on. So I fixed it after I painted the plane. It was a Corsair I repaired. It was that navy blue, and after I finished it, I just took my clear coat that I clear everything with, and I just put a nice easy coat of that over it to give it some shine, but not super shiny. And it was just a tad bit shinier than the stock paint that was on the plane, but close enough. It looked great. The outcome was good, um, but I still like the paint I get from Lowe's. I like better. So that's where I buy my paint. And you're going to be really happy with what you see when you paint your tank. It's going to match perfect. See, I've never had to do that. So far, I guess I've just been that lucky, but I've never had to have them adjust a mix to make it right. I bring it home, I paint it on the plane, it matches perfect every time. Again tonight. I mean, this is the gray is dead on. I can't see any difference in the gray. The green is so damn close. I don't think the color is off. Um, I don't think it covered. I think I'm seeing the decal. The color of the German cross coming through a little bit. So I think if I put a second coat on, it's going to be fine because everything outside the cross matches perfect. So I think the color difference is just there's a little bit of the cross bleeding. So another coat will clear it. That'll be the end of it. It'll be perfect. So I'll probably just put another coat on it. It'll be fine. But yeah, I've never had to take it back and have them adjusted or anything. The camera does such a good job that I've been very happy with the paint I get from them. It's been awesome. So it's $3. Yeah, $3, GB. I mean, Christ, and the paint, Christ, you can paint a whole airplane with it. No, I never need much either, but I'll tell you what I have done over the years. Because a lot of the colors are reused. Okay? So I bought some red for an airplane. I don't remember which plane it was. Um, and it just happened to be the same red that's on um, the Cessna 150. You know, the Carbon Z. So I'm going to refinish, because my Carbon Z has got well over 1,000 flights on it. And it's starting to look pretty rough. I mean, it flies perfect. It's in good condition. It's just, but the paint's bubbling here and there from being out in the sun and everything, and just hanger rash, and so it needs a freshening up. So I got all this damn paint in the thing, and it matches perfect. So I'm going to repaint all the red on the, the white's all bare foam. I have, believe it or not, I had paint mixed to match the foam. You think it's just white? No, it's not. It's not white. It's white paint on foam is way whiter than the foam, so they have to dull it down a little bit. So I actually had paint mixed up foam color. All right, I just had them shoot the foam and mix me paint to match the foam, and it worked. It matches the foam. I had some white paint, just white, and it was way too white. The foam's not that white. You think it is, but it's not. Listen, I drive a white car. My old 92 Oldsmobile wagon is white. Until you park it next to something that's white. Okay? when I park my car next to like a Ford van, a Econoline van that's a commercial vehicle that's white, my car's not white. It's kind of a I don't know. It's an eggshell maybe white. It ain't white. And as long as it's not parked next to another white car, it's white. But as soon as you park it next to something else, it ain't white. So it's really funny. And I had when I bought the car, the passenger door had been hit, and it was so funny because the way it was hit. There was a crease in the door right at the mirror. Okay? You can hardly see it. But it was just enough of a crease. I mean, you wouldn't, if I didn't show it to you, you would never notice it. But it had just enough of a crease in it that the window wouldn't go up and down. It had nothing to do with the door or the mirror or the look of the car. It looked perfect. Everything was fine. But the window wouldn't go up and down because it had just moved the door in enough to ride on the track. So I had to get a new door. I could have had that one fixed or skinned or whatever, but salvage yard door's cheap. So I got another door, and it was light blue, the door. So I bolted it on, and I took it over to the body shop a friend of mine runs, and I said, just paint it to match. I don't want you to do a blend. Just match it as best you can. Just paint the door. Don't paint the fender. Don't paint the rear door and do a blend. Just paint the door. All right? I'm not that anal. It's not that big a deal. Just paint the door. So he says, okay. And he's very good at mixing paint. He got it dead on. I mean, it matches perfect. But he was laughing because he called me and told me what had gone on. And he says, my God, I had to add so much red to your paint. There were other colors too, but he had to keep adding more red to the mix. He says, I swear to God I was going to make a pink door. I kept adding red to this mix, and I could swear I'm going to end up with a pink door. I just laughed. I said, well, it matches perfect. He goes, yeah, I know. He says, but it ain't white. I say, I know. Trust me, I know. It's not a white door. It looks white, but it's not white. I got it. So it's just a funny story. Every time I park the car in a parking lot next to a white car, man, it's obvious it's not white. No, it's not oxidized. It's just the way the color is. It's because I bought a can of matching color from GM. I mean a GM color match, and that's just the color it is. It's an off-white that, again, if it's not next to anything white, it looks white. But boy, as soon as you park something white next to it, it ain't white. So yeah, the can I bought off the shelf that was that color matched really good. Wasn't perfect. It wasn't as good as the match he did on my door, but it was close enough. I was repainting the core support. My ex-wife wrecked the car, and she had folded the core support up. So I pulled it all back out and straightened it and then did all the filler work on it and everything. And then I just got this can of spray paint and dusted it in there, and it matched perfect. It looked. When I got done, everything looked. You couldn't tell the car had ever been wrecked. So that was fine. But it. The core support's not cleared. It's not shiny. It's just paint. So you can be off in color, and it won't really show. And especially if you get creative about the way you paint it. You wait for a shadow area you take the paint all the way out to a spot where it's shadowed by something, or there's a bend in it that creates a shadow, and then you break the paint there, and then you don't notice that the color change happened because an angle changed, and now the color changed to the eye, and it hides the difference. So 100 shades of white, yeah, 100 shades of black. I mean, no shit. My Impala SS is black out of the factory. Until you put it next to a black car, it's brown. My car's actually brown. You wouldn't know it to look at it. It looks like a black car to me. But you park a BMW next to it, and all of a sudden your car's brown. So, GM has some funny colors, and yeah, it's all in mixing and the shading and to get it right. But yeah, yeah, yeah. My wagon's not bright white. It's an off white. But you'd swear it's white until you park it next to a white car. It's like, okay, I don't know what the hell color that is, but it's not white. Just like the foam. You look at the foam and you think it's white. You get, plain white paint, untinted white paint, and you'll find out real quick that your foam is not white. it's it's a few shades darker than white. It's definitely an off-white. It looks white, but it ain't white. You put white paint on it, and it's no longer white. So, elephant white? I've never seen a white elephant. What do you drive, GB? Not a GM man, huh? That's funny. Your first letter in your name's G. Like your ass. You need to get some sun, Dave. Garth Brooks. Oh my god, elephant tusks aren't white. Holy crap. My car's whiter than that. Here, I'll go get a piece of my car. I got a grill right here. I'll show you what color it is. I gotta clean it. It's filthy dirty. Hang on a minute. Let me see what I can clean this with. Oh, this'll work. And there's a paper towel right there. Perfect. That's what color it is. Looks white. It's not white. Raven Rock! What's up? How you doing, Dustin? You and Jeff RC was having some fun the other night. I caught a little bit of your show. Not live. I watched the after run. Nah, some of us old farts don't work. I work. I just don't work tomorrow morning, so I can stay up all night. So anyway, again, it's not white. It looks white, but it's not white. Oh, that's white. Dave's RC, is he here? Yeah, see? There you go. He retired at 38. So what do you think, buddy? Here it is. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me finish. Got to put the... There you go. Can I... Does that help? Yeah, that's a little better. I de-Germanized it. All right, Paul. Hey, it's good talking to you tonight, man. I'm always glad when you're in the show. You're one of my fun guys. So have a good night, man. We'll see you next week. I might see you tomorrow night. Who shows tomorrow night? I forget. Oh, yeah, that retired guy. Yeah, that's the guy. I'll take good care of it for you, Dave. I promise. I'm gonna take really, really good care of it for you. It's in good hands. Oh my god, my ex-wife is so pissed off. She thinks I bought another plane. I told her I won it last month, and when it showed up today, and she saw it, she just went ballistic. She just went fucking ballistic. She was so mad she left. I told her I didn't buy an airplane. This is the one I won. Yeah, right. Yeah, sure you won it. I'm going to send you her number, Dave. I want you to text her and tell her. It's raining again. Oh, lovely. Yeah, Dave, I know. When you said you were gonna listen, I wasn't gonna buy this jet personally. Not that I didn't want it or didn't like it. It was just too expensive. I mean, when you could buy an Avanti for $329, why? And it has lights all over it. Why is this worth $389? You know. So it wasn't on my radar to buy. I wanted it. I love it, but I didn't want to buy it because it's too expensive. And then you gave one away, and I happened to win it. Wow. I mean, unbelievable. So, thank you so much, dude. You have no idea how happy I am to have this jet. You just don't have no idea. Because I wasn't going to buy it. It was too expensive. I just can't afford a jet that much. That was an extra $60, $70. I just don't have it. I couldn't buy it. Not when I can buy like the pits for $279 or even the new air tractor $269, $279, same thing. Yeah. This was way out of my price range, and it doesn't have any lights. It's gonna have lights. I'm putting lights on it, but yeah. So yeah, when I won this thing, Dan, I was so. I mean, you just have no idea how happy I was. Yeah. So I've already de-germanized it. I got a can of Lysol, and I got all the germs off of it. And then I ordered a decal sheet for the T45 because it's got the stars and the bars, and it's got the jet, warning. It's got all the decals I need. I think all of it I need. There might be one or two more I might need, but it has almost everything I need to do what I want to do on this. So and it's supposed to be here tomorrow, the decal sheet. So 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 yeah, that, and then I'm going to put lights all over it. So yeah, buddy, I can't thank you enough, dude. You just, man, I tell you, yeah, I just love it. Well, I figured that, to be honest, I just kind of figured the sales wouldn't be that great on it, and they'd lower the price, like they did with the F4 and the other one, the Red Arrow, the EAB Hawk. You know, they lowered the prices on those planes because they weren't selling. So I figured, sales wouldn't be great on this one either, and they'd lower the price. Um, well, that's true for this one because I guess nobody wants the German version because they still have plenty of these in stock, but they don't have the silver one. So, just like the L39, they're charging a premium for the camouflage one. I think they're going to have to discount the camouflage one of these to get rid of them because nobody wants the German version. So, oh, Dave, it's not your fault. Don't be sorry about the decal sheet. They didn't have it. No big deal. I got another one. I got a different one. It should be okay. Not a worry. It's fine. Um, I should have it tomorrow, so I think I can finish the paint and decaling tomorrow, and then I'll get working on the lights, and I'll see how far I get on the lights. But yeah, it's actually the decal sheet for the T45 is better anyway because it has the jet intake warning danger thing, and which the other one doesn't. So there's actually better decals on this sheet anyway. So yeah, that worked out good anyhow. So yeah. Um, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what it looks like in the with the U.S. decals on it. Getting excited. Can't wait till tomorrow. We'll finish painting it, and yeah, we'll get her all jazzed up. Oh, this chat window sometimes just drives me fucking crazy. Yeah, MRT. I know the T-33 was a popular plane and everything, and probably for me it was more popular than the L-39. That plane didn't mean anything to me. Um, this plane I had some history with, but the L-39 was a big seller, and I didn't want that one, but I wanted this one. But they priced it so high. With no lights, I was like, well, I'm not buying that. Um, but I have a feeling because of the combination of the scheme and the German, livery, that this isn't selling well. So this one's probably going to get discounted down, like the L39 and the camo was priced hiked because it was so popular. This one's probably going to go down in price because it's not popular. Um, and they probably have a shitload of these to sell. So I imagine we're going to see this go down in price. I would be willing to bet there'll be probably a sale around, Black Friday to get rid of some of these because they probably can't sell them. The Daves are having a fight. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, my proctologist called, by the way, Dave. Apparently, I have one large asshole. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Oh my god. Hey, John Hill! Good morning! my God. Is it coffee time already? Wow. You've been here a lot longer than I thought. Yeah, the retracts are fully erect. Actually, I didn't test the servos per se. Um, Everything's live, but I didn't hook up the control rods. But I could test the servos. We already know the gear works. Take that off before I drop it on the floor again. Yeah, let's test all the servos.
Welcome to OpenTX.
Yep, ailerons are working. Flaps are working. The flaps I did hook up the flaps. Yep, they're working perfect. Yep, elevators are working. Both of them. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't plug the rudder servo in. That's why the rudder servo's not working. I didn't plug it in. I used my go get 'em wire to get it, but I didn't plug it in. I believe it goes right there. I hope it goes right there. I hope I'm not going to blow this thing up. Pretty sure that's where it went. Come on. Yep, there it goes. Yep. Yeah, everything works. There you go. Thumbs up. Everything's working. Yep, we're good to go. Everything's good. Nose wheel's way out of kilter. Much better.
Signal critical. Trim center. Telemetry lost. Trim center. Trim center. Telemetry recovered. 0 volts. 0 volts. You really should think about landing. 0 minutes. RF signal critical. Telemetry lost. Trim center. Telemetry recovered. 0 volts. 0 volts. You really should think about landing. Trim center. Trim center. 0 minutes. RF signal critical. Telemetry lost. Telemetry recovered. 0 volts. 0 volts. It is time for you to land. Trim center. You really should think about landing. Trim center. Trim center. 0 minutes. 0 volts. 0 volts.
Okay, there we go. Beautiful.
0 minutes.
Good to go.
Signal.
Yay! Oh, wait a minute. Let's listen to it.
0 volts. 0
Ooh. Boy, that's got a nice whoosh sound. Holy crap.
You really should think about
That's got a really nice whoosh sound. Okay, so I don't think...
0 volts. 0 minutes are out. Signal. Critical. Telemetry lost.
Yeah, I think that's moved the nose gear a little too far.
0 volts. 0 volts. It's time for you to land. You really should think about landing. 0 volts. 0 volts. It is time for you to land. You really should think about landing.
Maybe not.
0 volts. 0 volts. 5.0. 0 minutes are out. Signal. Critical. Telemetry lost. Telemetry recovered. 0 volts. 0 volts. You really should think about
No, that looks pretty straight.
0 minutes. Telemetry
Yeah, we're good.
Telemetry
Alright.
recovered. 0 volts. 0 volts. Are out. Signal. Critical. You really should think about landing. 0 minutes. 0 volts. 0 volts. It is time for you to land. You really should think about landing. 0 volts.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Well, it's okay. So here, why it's talking so much is a couple of reasons. One, I got the wrong battery in it, and I didn't plug the battery telemetry in. So even if I'd have plugged it in, it would have still been talking because it's looking for 6-cell voltage and it's only got a 4-cell pack in it. So that's the first thing. So it's saying that, and then the other thing it's saying is because the radio is so close to the plane. You know, just like when you bind a Spectrum plane, you know, you're supposed to get the radio way away from the airplane. Same thing. When it's that close, it loses telemetry. So she's telling me telemetry lost and 0 volts, and then I was centering my trims. So all that was run right after the other continuously. That's not normal. It wouldn't normally talk like that. That was just because of the circumstances of what's going on at the moment. But, yeah. So, yeah, it's, everything's working. Everything's cool. So so you can see where I painted it tan here. And then I painted over the numbers here to get rid of the gray, those stupid bureau numbers. And then the back here is there was a cross right here, you know, German cross there. There's a German cross on this side. They were on the wings. They're off the wings. I added this tan color there too. I'm going to do it some more too. The stab I didn't like. I'm changing that. This one was solid gray. I added some green. That one's solid green. I'm going to add some gray and tan to both of them. I added this, you know, the anti-glare black nose here. I added that. So yeah, it's coming out real good. I'm real happy. Looks good. I think it's going to be a really sharp looking airplane when I'm done. I think it's going to look, you know, really cool. So, yep, super happy. We have been spying on you to Farmer. A little Yes, you do. It's a T-33 farmer, man. How you doing, Owen? Good to see you, man. You plowing snow tonight? The camera's in the toilet bowl. I didn't even activate Raptor Cam tonight. I don't know if she's working or not. Let's see if we've got a Raptor Cam tonight. Nope, we don't have any. No joy. So let's try this. Oh, still no joy. That's weird. There it goes. And it's working. Look at that. Awesome. Here's a little Raptor Cam for you guys. There you go. Look at that. Yeehaw! Pop the tanks on. See what that looks like. There we go. Wow, that look. You know, the plane just without the tanks on it just doesn't look right. You got to have those wing tanks. They look so much better with the wing tanks on it. So there it is. Dave, I thought you were moving. Weren't you buying a house and moving? I thought you said you were gonna get out of that place. Did I get it wrong, or am I dreaming or something? Could have sworn you said you were leaving that place. Hide my porn? Why? You don't want to watch porn? No, I need my ex-wife out here with me. Because she's got boobs, man. Huge. So, yeah. That's what we need out here. It's amazing how the camera can't pick up in this shot here that it just looks like the whole tank's orange, which is what I'm going for, but it's not. Right now, this is the inside has got a coat of orange on it, but the green's still bleeding through. So it needs a few more coats of orange. But in this shot, it looks like it's orange. It's amazing. The camera's definitely hiding the evils. You'll negotiate for me? Oh my god. Yeah, she's already doing that, so yeah. The rafter cam should be better quality. In what way, man? The picture's not bright enough. It's foggy, crisp. What? What do I need to do to rafter cam? I know I need more lighting in here. I know that. Mostly back here now. You know, behind me back here is kind of dark. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's for sure, Dave. That's a big ass box. That's a big airplane. God damn, that's a big airplane. It's washed out? Really? I don't know. It's well, it wasn't supposed to do that. It's it's not as white. You know, the light capture's different. You know, I can change that in that camera. There is a setting for that. I can probably lighten that picture up to look whiter. Um, than the forward, you know, white like you know, more similar to what the front camera looks like. But I like how the tan is showing up really good right here in this shot on this wing. Well, that one too, but there's more going on over there that's kind of hiding it. But that tan right there is showing up really good on the wing. You can see it pretty good there. So that's kind of cool. Well, I gotta tell you guys, tonight, for some reason, both cameras are fuzzy. Because the picture I'm looking at in OBS is perfect. Um, I'll clean. I tried that already on that lens, and same thing. It really didn't help. The signal from OBS to YouTube, and then the signal YouTube's putting out is fuzzy. It's definitely YouTube tonight, because when I look at my OBS feed direct, you know what the camera's actually seeing. These pictures, both pictures, are crystal clear. So whatever's going on with YouTube tonight is where the problem lies. Because I can see the live feed before it goes out to YouTube, and then I can see the feed back. Same thing you're looking at from YouTube, and the feed from YouTube is terrible. I mean, it's fuzzy. It's not a clear picture. And I've already cleaned that camera earlier in the show because everybody was telling me the same thing. It looks fuzzy. You know, you need to clean the camera. It's okay. So I tried that, and it didn't help. Um, so For some reason tonight, I'm not getting a good quality feed. Let's see what that does. Yeah, it's only 720. Yeah. I'm surprised it's even that, honestly. I had a feeling it might have been streaming slower than that, lower than that because of how bad the picture is. You know, like I said, the feed in OBS is beautiful. I mean, nice and crisp, both cameras. But the feed I'm getting back from YouTube is not. So, I'm just guessing that, the problem lies from in YouTube. But I don't know. What do you think? Does it look better? Did that help? Really? It looks better, Dave? All right. Well, then cool. Glad I did that. It didn't work on that camera. But fine. Hey, anything to make you guys happy, man, I'm here. Yeah. Just tell me what I can do for you. Yeah, yeah, it's me. I'm fuzzy around the edges. Yeah, that's what happens. Time for some eggs? Yeah. Yeah, I'll take some eggs. Yeah, the ghosts are dancing on the roof right now. Can you hear them? Every night this week it's been beautiful. Tonight I'm doing my show and it's storming like a motherfucker. It's unbelievable. Sure. I eat eggs any way you make them. Yeah, sunny side up, over easy, scrambled. I don't care. Just love my eggs. What the hell is that? Oh, okay. This plane looks cool from the overhead. I like that. That's pretty cool. Well, there's some hanger rash that wasn't on it. I banged that into something. What the hell did I hit that with? Damn it. I got a boo-boo already. There's a little boo-boo in the front of the wing. I don't know how that happened. I didn't notice that before. Oh, you guys. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what I do too, John. I have a. Well, it's actually my main camera. It's a big, it's like a DLSR. Uh, I put the mount from the tripod on my hard hat, and then I mount the camera on that, and that's I take out to the field. Not the camera I'm using now. This is the laptop camera, but the one I shoot all my videos. When I do a review or I'm building something or whatever I'm doing. I use that camera, and then I take that camera to the field and shoot my video there as well, and I mount it on my hat. Thank you, GB. You still want those strippers? I don't even know where I could find midget strippers. Where do you find midget strippers? Yeah, it's not a fancy camera, guys. It's a laptop camera. You know, I just have the laptop open, the little camera at the top. That's what and I'm using the laptop mic too, which is really amazing. I can't believe that tiny little hole in the front of the laptop has this good a sound quality. It's pretty impressive. And I have the volume down a little bit. I could make it just a squeak louder, but then you'll just hear more rain. The rain will be louder. That's all. Yep, here comes more rain. Gotta love that rain. This plane's bigger than I thought it was. Like you were saying, Dave, was that your take on it too? That the plane on everybody else's show looks smaller than it really is? Because this thing's pretty big. I'm kind of surprised. It looks small on everybody else's show. It looks smaller than the Avanti, and it's definitely not smaller than the Avanti. Hey, Randy. Have you been here all night, or did you just get here? I didn't see you earlier. Yeah, me too. It's bigger than. I saw. When West and um, James had their build off, and a couple other people have had it on their shows, and the plane looks small to me. It's like, wow, that kind of looks little. I don't, don't know if I'd even want that anyway. But now that I got it sitting on my table, it's bigger than the Avanti. The wings kind of small, not width wise so much, but the meat of the wing. But so is the SR-22, and that plane flies fantastic. It's amazing how good that plane flies. And yeah, it's got smaller statured wings like this. So I don't know. Okay, Randy. Well, glad you're here. Sorry if I missed you before. I didn't notice you here, but I saw you pop in there, and everybody was saying hi. So hi. Glad you're here. Oh my god. Yeah, Dave. How is the snow in Maine? That's a good question. Decam? I don't have a D cam. I have a B. I have an A and a B cam. A cam, B cam, rafter cam. I don't have a D cam. Oh God. All right, guys. I'm gonna go get some paint. I want to paint these damn drop tanks while we're chatting. Since you guys want to hang out, and it seems like you're gonna stay. Let me go get my paintbrush and my paint and come right back, so I can be working on these while we're chatting. How's that work? Be right back. Got some orange paint here. Cold soda. Haven't had anything all night. Kind of thirsty. What do you mean you're calling it a night, farmer man? You just got here. What the hell? Yeah, let's all go watch GB bang his midget stripper. That's a good idea. I'll let you use my camera. Good night, farmer man. Take care. So here's what you get, GB. All right, this is the paint from Lowe's. Valspar, color sample. It's a pint, $3. And there's the orange that goes on this wing tank. It's going to take a few coats to get this. The green's definitely bleeding through. But that's okay. We'll get it. That's my man. Way to go, farmer man. Man, he's been in the show all night since the beginning. That's dedication, I'm telling you. Guy's working his fingers to the bone and he can still come and see the chat. Yeah, that's definitely working. Are you still flying gas, John? Nitro, gas, all that messy stuff? You know, I've never seen wing tanks painted like this. You know, half of it one color, half the other. You know, just never seen that. It's kind of strange. That's why I decided to paint the whole tank orange instead of the inside being green and the outside being orange. I just want the whole tank orange. Yeah, it's going to need probably 3 or 4 coats of this. Now I need a box or something to set this on. Let's see if we can find something here. Well, that'll work. Well, that's a good point, Dave. I didn't even think of that. But these tanks were painted green inside. You know, this camo green. The outsides were orange, but the insides were camo green. And the L-39, the tanks are yellow all the way around. So, now that you say that, I get it. Never thought of that. Maybe that was the point of painting them green on the inside. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Boy, that sounds good right now. Is there a Waffle House around here? I don't think there is. I'm thinking. Man, I don't think there is a Waffle House anywhere near here. Hard to believe. Those damn things are everywhere. Hey guys, thanks for letting me paint my tank while we're talking, because this helps a lot. This was going to be a project tomorrow that I would have to paint, let dry, and then paint again, and now I'll be one step closer because I'm getting it done tonight while we're chatting. So, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, I ended up bringing the wrong brush anyway. That's not the brush I wanted to bring. Oh well, it's working. Why the FQ4? I missed something. You lost me, Dave. Raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring. Yeah, I added that black right there on the nose on this one. When I took the bureau numbers off the front there and got rid of the all the German crosses, I added the black nose art there in the front there, the anti-glare. Boy, that sure looks orange on the camera. Holy crap. That really looks good on the camera. Trust me, in real life, it's not very good. Ronnie needs a wrench? Oh, yeah? Uh-oh. That wasn't good. What did I do? Okay, we're back. Yeah, it's still not quite as orange, but it looks a hell lot better on camera than it does in real life. That's funny. Damn, where the hell's the end of the box? Shit. What the hell? Oh, crap. It's one of those boxes. Oh, shit. Crap. Well, shit. What am I going to do here? Uh... guess that'll stay there. Alright. Alright, guys, I gotta go wash this brush out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. A couple of my airplanes over here. Looks like something's been playing with them over here. I had an owl in here once. It's a little baby owl. He was flying around in here. He's in here for a few days. I don't think he was intentionally trying to tear things up, but he was tearing shit up. Hang it from rafter cam. That's funny. Yeah. No, I needed to. It's got a fin on it, and what I was doing in the house is I took a box upside down, and where the lid and the box came together was that slit. So I put the fin in the slit, and it held it upside down. Perfect, and it was dry. So that's what I did out here on that box. But that box only has a slit on one side because it's a box that hinges on the other side. So there was no slot on the other side to put the other one. So I set it up on top of the refrigerator there. It's it's balanced there. It seems to be okay. It should stay there. So that's good. That'll get another coat on it. It's going to probably need 2 more coats. So I'll do those tomorrow. And I got some more tan to paint on here. Some more green and gray in the back. I don't like what they did on the horizontal stab at all. That was pretty cheesy. So I'll doll that up some, and yeah, she's looking really good. Can't wait to get the decal sheet and put the decals on it. I think that's gonna jazz this thing up really cool. And I definitely hated. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. If you're not, go to Art Motion RC and look at the picture. Um, they had the nose right here was black, right on the tip there, and then there was another black spot. Um, like underneath here, it was black again, and it just looks stupid. Um, so yeah, I wanted to get rid of those, for sure. So, and I wanted to add. I was gonna paint all the gray tan. I was only gonna make it tan and green, like the other one, kind of like the L39. Um, and then it was going to be too much work. There was a couple areas that had decals and all kinds of stuff that was going to just screw it all up if I was going to try to paint around that stuff. So that's when I decided, well, why don't I just add a third color and use, a little creative, artistic, styling to correct it, and that's what I did. And this is working out really good. I'm really happy with the way this is turning out. Adding that third color gave me the flexibility to cover up the German stuff, and yet leave everything else untouched, so I didn't have to screw it all up. So it's working out really good. I think it's looking pretty good. I like it. Some of the stuff, it needs another coat here and there or stuff, but yeah, all in all, it's looking really good. A hooter? Yeah, I don't think the owl's mother was in here or saw. I didn't stay. I didn't mess with the owl. Um, I just walked in here and over here, and the owl flew from the front back over there, and then when I got over here, it went back that way, and it was over there by the house and sat over there, and then I just walked back out. So, and I didn't see the mother, so I didn't find a dead owl anywhere. So I guess everything's okay. It was just cool to see him in here. You know, it's amazing how quiet they fly. I mean, their wings are. I mean, they make no noise at all. They're silent. It's amazing how as big as the wings they are, that they're just silent. It's amazing. No, I didn't give Ronnie a wrench. I gotta find that. Let me go find Ronnie. There he is. Yeah, he's got one now. Yeah, there's a flying field south of here, and you can watch them on the YouTube videos. I forget the name of the channel, but um, it's got numbers in it. You know, like I don't know, some letters, and then like 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. I don't know. They do a lot of Avanti. They did a lot of Avanti videos. They got owls all over the property down there, so they do more filming of the owls than they do the planes. Every time they put an Avanti video up, they start off with the owls, in a hole in the ground. A nest is in the ground, and they're poking their heads out, looking around, or they're up on a post looking around, and it's hilarious that they keep shooting all these owl shots and not the airplane. No problem, John. Like I said, I'm here for you guys. Whatever you want, I'll do whatever I can for you. Yeah, the more I look at this airplane, I just man, it really is impressive. I really like the landing gear on it's nice too. It's similar to the Avanti. It's good aluminum, trailing arm. You know, looks like good rugged wheels. Um, I think it's oversprung. Not too bad. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, this is. I think this is going to be a good jet. I really do. I think this thing is going to fly. Really good. Getting pretty excited. I hope I'm not working Sunday. I hope I can go flying Sunday. Wow, that made your day, Ronnie? Well, goddamn, I'm glad we did that. That's cool as shit. Have you been in the show before, Ronnie? Or is tonight your first night? Oh, really? All those birds chase you guys around at your field? Wow. Why are they all nesting right there and they're threatened? The only thing around here that ever tries to attack you is a blue jay. They're a pain in the ass. But I've never had anything else. You know, hawks, eagles, anything. Nothing. None of those have ever bothered me. But them damn blue jays, they're a pain in the ass. Isn't I don't know. Ronnie is VT Vermont? That was a guess. I'm thinking states with a V. That's the only one I can come up with. I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen the Hawks chasing drones around. Um, really, the deer stay off the runway. That's funny. We can never get the cows to stay off ours. Those fuckers, they're always on the runway. You know, pain in the ass. God, I'm so glad I'm not flying in that cow pasture anymore. What a pain in the butt. So, what do you guys want to talk about? You got anything particular? Anything special? Any new information? How many guys? How many of you guys sent a letter to the FAA? Any of you? No, Vermont is a state. Um, I thought I thought you had written Rutland, Vermont. I was guessing. I don't know. Good for you guys. I hope it was a nice letter, not a mean one. We're not going to get anywhere with that. I just sent them my little story about starting when I was 13, staying with it all these years, and if they do what they propose they're going to do, it'll ruin. It'll be the end of the hobby for me. There's no way I'll be able to afford to put all that telemetry and all that shit they want in the in an airplane. It's going to be way cost prohibitive for me. Not that it matters. I mean, I'll just probably keep flying without it because the owner of the property doesn't give a crap about it either. But I'd still rather be legal and compliant than not. So if they make it so I can be, I will be. No, I disagree, Randy. I don't think Homeland Security's got anything to do with it. I think this is a money grab. I think all the FAA wants is money. They want to regulate us and then charge us for all the regulations. This is just the beginning. They saw a big money grab with all these drones that people were buying, the millions. They thought, Christ, if we could get $1 from every one of them, think how much money that would be. Well, let's get $5. You know, and now they're gonna require all these safety things that we're gonna have to buy and put in the plane and register with them and all that. There'll be a fee for that too. So yeah, it's just gonna be ridiculous. But I think it's just so they got money. After they got put in their place by that attorney who sued them and won. They just did an end round, put it in a bill that Trump didn't even know it was in there and signed the bill. That's how they get this shit done. They just put stuff in other bills and hide it in there. The freaking bill was this thick. That's how many pages it was. You think Donald had time to read all that? Fuck no. His advisors that do that. And they advise him that, yeah, everything you want's in there. They don't say plus a couple of extra things. Just, yeah, everything you wanted's in the bill. It's all there. Okay, good. And he signed it. There ain't nobody on our behalf in his ear saying, hey, wait a minute, Donald. There's that bill about the hobbyists, model airplane guys, and they wanna regulate them and all this stuff. And Congress has already ruled on that. And no, that never got to Donald's ear. Trust me, he signed that bill without ever knowing it was in it. So we got fucked over good on that one. Just going to add a color to this wing. Well, not the wing, another tan area right here. And I was going to do it with the wing off, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm going to have to do it with the wing on because it's just not going to look right. I'll never get the line to line up and be straight if I paint them separately and then put it together. It just won't flow. So, yeah, I'm glad I put the wing on. I'm going to have to paint that with the wing on. There's just no way of doing it otherwise. Oh yeah, I fly way higher than 400 feet where I am. I mean, we're not in any flight path where our field is. We're not going to, disrupt uh, full size stuff. We had um, our choppers around here for flying patients is called Bay Flight, and we had one of those come over the field one day, and I was way above him, um, and I wasn't. I just got the hell out of his way. I didn't try to fly over him, or I just dove way off course to the right of him and dove down just to get away from him in a hurry. And that's the only time we've even had a question. But yeah, I had my one glider up to it was 2,486 feet. I caught a hell of a thermal, and it just kept going up. And I had the telemetry telling me how high it was, and the rumor spread fast. Everybody came over just to listen to my radio tell them what the telemetry to tell them how high it was, because nobody believed it. At first they were like, "Where is he?" And I can't see him, and he's way up there. And they're like, "Where? I don't see him." He's there. He's way up there. And then the radio would say, 2,600 feet or 2,400 feet or whatever. And they were like, "Holy crap!" He said 2,400 feet, and then they finally could see it. They finally found it. There's a little dot. It's a little X. You could tell it was a wing and a fuselage. That's all you could tell. And they just they wouldn't have believed it if they had listened to the radio telling them how high it was. So I don't do that very often. When I take the glider and when I catch a good thermal. Otherwise, that doesn't happen. It seems like there's fingerprints all over the inside of that canopy. Not happy about that. That looks like crap. Oh yeah, it's not going to happen overnight for sure, Tim. Yeah, you're right. It's going to be years. And by the time they even try to implement it, they'll probably figure out that they really didn't need it anyway. Um, you know, so we'll see. I think the FAA is going to definitely keep some kind of registration thing going to get our money. I have no doubt of that. Now that they're in, they're not going to give it up. So they'll. But it's like Ryan said all along. It's like the mailbox police. You ever see anybody checking to see if anybody's putting something in a mailbox? No. It's one of those laws that's unenforceable. There's no way they're going to have people or enough people or enough equipment to track, the 800,000 model airplanes. It's just not going to happen. So, but at the same time, I'm sure we all want to be compliant if we can be. If we can't be, well, then that's the way it goes. So, how does that work, John? Does each person um, has to call the airport and tell them, hey, I'm going to fly, or each flight, or you just notify them that the field's active today? You call them up and say, just let you know, we've got flyers on the field today. Is that all it takes, or does everybody have to call in? Well, what they yeah, exactly. But they want to put their own tracking device on every one of our planes. It like a transponder that's in a real airplane. They want the same thing in our planes. And they want us to provide the link to do it. We're supposed to be hooked to the internet. Um, have an antenna at the field. It's just a bunch of horse shit that will never happen to 99.9% of the fields. Nobody's got internet access at their flying field other than their phone. It's just all kinds of stupidness that we don't even have power at our field. If you want power, you got to bring your own. I've got a generator in my car. I have to take to the field. If I want to charge batteries at the field, I got to bring my own. There's no power at the field, and there's no way to get power at the field. Not without spending a whole lot of money that the owner's not going to do. He's got his own generator. He doesn't mind anybody borrowing his generator. If you need to plug in, just come over and plug in. Pretty much everybody out there with generators like that. If you need electricity, you just go ask anybody with a generator. Hey, can I plug in? And they're going to say yes. But the owner has a big generator, and he lets anybody use it that wants to. So that's our power at the field. But to have internet at the field, that's not going to happen. Unless somebody wants to make their phone, what do they call that? A hotspot. Somebody every time we go out to the flying field wants to hotspot their phone so that our telemetry upload works, our transponders. It's just the whole thing's just ridiculous. Oh, so this is your own private property? And you have to call the airport and tell them you're going to fly? Holy shit, really? What do they say when you call them? Oh, so that's the only question they ask is if you're going to be under 400 feet. Okay. Um, hmm. Yeah, I don't know. There's another flying field. It's way closer to me than the one I fly at, but it's inside the airport, uh, 4 mile radius as well, and it's a cow field. So not only are you dealing with the shit from the airport, but there's cows shitting all over the place. And I stopped there one day. I've never flown there. I just stopped one day. There was one guy there, and I was talking to him a little bit. And he wanted to know if I wanted to fly because he saw the planes in the car. I said, "No, I'm not going to fly here. I've already been, I've already flown at these places, these active cow fields. I'm not doing that anymore. Hit cow patties and tear up landing gear. I'm tired of it. After a cow patty gets wet from the rain, it smushes down into the grass, so you can no longer see it. But it's there, and if these little wheels hit it, it just rips the landing gear right out of the airplane. So I'm just fed up with that. So I wouldn't fly at the cow field anymore. Well, I wouldn't fly a jet or any of my other retract planes. Now, I've got some big tire, like a Cub, that's got big tires on. Yeah, I'd fly that there, because it can handle the cow patty, but this stuff can't. So yeah, there's no way they're going to get, especially the jet guys, to stay in a 400-foot box. It'd be impossible. You know, they're moving too fast. They cover too much ground in a too big a hurry. There's just no way. You know, Christ, our runways are 800 foot long. There was three of them. Well, six. Because they each go two directions. So we've got three mode strips that are six active runways. They're each 800 feet long, and they don't cover the entire pasture. There's a lot of room at each end. You know, so it's a huge field we fly at. It was a cow pasture, but he got tired of the cows being on the field, so he's got 633 acres. He just moved all the cows to another pasture. Put them in a different fenced area, and there was one cow that kept getting on the field. Every day we'd come in on, open the gate, go in the field, and this one cow would be standing in the middle of the field. So they named her, it was a girl. They named her Houdini because they couldn't figure out how she was getting through the fence. So he finally moved her to another field since it's not adjacent to the flying field anymore. And we have, that ended it. She hasn't been on the field anymore. But when she was in the adjacent field, and I think she was doing it on purpose just to do it, like, yeah, you can't keep me out of here, kind of thing. It was hilarious. She would just stand there and look at you, and you'd, hustle her over to the gate and open the gate, and she'd walk through the gate and leave, just as simple as can be. But the next morning, she'd be right back on the field again. it was hilarious. Well, yeah, Randy. I mean, they've been doing it since the 30s. Why now? Exactly. Why now? Because of the money grab. Like I said, you know, they weren't aware of how many airplanes were being sold. They weren't paying attention. But when all these freaking drones hit the market and they were selling millions of them, that woke somebody up at the FAA saying, hey, holy crap. We got to regulate these things. We can make a lot of money. We got to make these people register them and, so we know where they are and, we can charge them to know where they are. And yeah, that's why now, the drone guys, because anybody can buy a toy drone and fly it. Anybody. Doesn't take any skill. Anybody can fly one of those things. And, so every parent in America went out and bought their kid a drone for Christmas. So they sold millions of them. And of course, who was reporting all that? The news. Number one seller this year, drones. Yeah, they're selling millions of them. Yeah. Oh, I bet that sucked, Tim. Yeah, I've never slipped and fell on them, thank God. But I've had to shovel them off the runway, and I don't think. No, I did hit a wet one day with the plane. It splattered. Connecting. Stand by. Reconnected successfully. Okay. When you say they keep wanting to turn to the right, and you're saying they both want to keep turning to the right. Um, are they just trying to fly around in a right circle, or are they turning right to head a different direction? Yeah, you're right, Randy. I'm not. I'm not going to stop flying, especially on my own property. You know, the FAA can kiss my ass if they think they're going to come on my property and tell me I can't fly my airplane on my property because it's their airspace. Yeah, that's not going to happen. And the field I fly at, that won't happen either. Have you ever seen the movie the astronaut farmer? Well, that's why I'm asking. I mean, is it the wind coming from that direction? Are they just trying to turn into the wind and fly, or do they just keep flying around in a right circle? If you don't touch the radio, will it just fly around in a right circle? Because that's weird that you've got two different airplanes and they're both doing it. That's really strange. Hmm. I mean, how are you trimming them? Aileron or rudder? You know, what are you using to trim them? Yeah, Skynet could kiss my ass too. How you doing, furball? Right, and that's why I'm asking. You know, how are you trimming them? Because I suspect it's just something that you might be doing wrong. Because for two different airplanes, I mean, they're not even the same airplane. They're two totally different airplanes, but yet they're both behaving the same way. I have a feeling there's something else going on. No, the batteries wouldn't have anything to do with it. Maybe battery placement, but you know. I mean, are you getting radio glitches that are sending it to the right? Or, I mean, is the plane just flying to the right without you sticking it? I mean, it kind of sounds like. Okay, the Scouts started off great, and then what happened? Any hard landings, crash landings, any, anything get bent? Your Sport Cub S, that has that GPS in it, doesn't it? Does the other one have the GPS in it? What transmitter are you flying them with? Okay, so um, it sounds like um, you're just going to have to put some left rudder in it um, mechanically. Take the adjuster off the control horn on the rudder and crank it, and give yourself some left rudder. Okay, because a lot of times, I've seen this before. The planes get out, and the center is not the same. Whatever they use to center the servo is not what your transmitter is trying to center the servo. So the servo's off to one way or the other, even though everything's neutral. Your trims are neutral. Everything's neutral. You know. Yeah, that's always good advice. If you're not getting help from a other pilot wherever you're flying, try to get help. Find an experienced pilot that can help you. Um, because if you're trying to do this on your own, it's a lot harder. Um, hmm. What does it do if you turn the safe off? See, what could be happening, because I've seen this before, and you can't really trim a safe airplane if the safe is on, because whatever it's trying to fly what it thinks is level flight. Okay? So no matter what you do with the trims, if the safe is on, it goes back to the GPS or the gyro in the receiver and says, "This is the attitude I have to be at." Period. No matter what you do to the radio. So if the receiver's in there crooked, if you bound the plane on a slight angle so it thinks it's level when it's really in a right bank, then the wind's going to catch it and probably push it around to the right. You following me? Um, so that's why I'm asking. What does it do if you turn the safe off? Does it still try to fly to the right? Well, just try it. You don't have to. I'm not necessarily telling you to fly it without the safe on. Just test it. Get it up in the air, and when it starts going right, and you've got full left trim, just turn the safe off for a second and see if the plane doesn't come back to the left. You know, and if it does, you can turn the safe right back on. And let it flatten out again. But it could just be the way that the receiver's in the plane, or the way when you bound it, that it wasn't sitting perfectly flat, and it's trying to, because it thinks flat is at a right bank when in fact it's not, and the gyro is going to try to make it fly what it thinks is flat, straight level. um, so you have to counteract that. Absolutely, trim it with the safe off, you know and see if that doesn't fix the problem. If it does, then you have an issue probably with the way the plane was at what attitude the plane was at when you bound it. So you'll have to rebind it. But just try that first. Turn the safe, trim it and turn the safe off, and see what happens. The safe technology was a great tool that Horizon came up with. I'm not knocking it at all. It has the ability to save an airplane when used correctly, but too many people use it as a crutch. They get used to flying with it on. It makes it so easy to fly with it on that they never learn to really fly the airplane. They learn how to kind of steer it around and let the safe technology do all the flying, which is fine, except that you really don't learn to be a good pilot. And you're going to have issues like this because the safe is going to override. You trim it, like Randy said, you wait 5 seconds, it recenters, and then it's going to fly off to the right again because it can't understand the difference. It's supposed to reconnect, after 5 seconds of not touching the stick, it's supposed to relearn that. But, I've run into this problem a lot with this. One of them, the receiver was glued in the airplane wrong. My God, they had it on an angle, and I said, well, they must be trying to compensate for the tail wheel, because the nose up attitude, so they had the receiver in there to compensate, but they just didn't have it in right. So I think what we had to do is I think we had to lift the tail up, put something under the tail, and rebind it. So now it thinks straight and level flight was, it thinks it's on the ground, tail wheel, nose high. So it's calculating its setting from that this is level. And yeah, no, I think we jacked up the front wheels. We increased the pitch. So because what it thought was level was here, and it kept diving at the ground, and so we jacked up the wheels to increase the pitch. So now it thought level was here, and then it flew right. So, yeah, it's it's a crutch that people use too much. You got to get off the safe as quickly as you can. I'm not saying don't use it. Absolutely, if you're in trouble, hit the switch, press the button. My God, use it. Absolutely. If you just get uncomfortable, you're flying around and for whatever reason you're not comfortable, you're having a bad day, turn the safe on. Absolutely. But try to get yourself off the safe, so that you can really enjoy flying the airplane. Because you're really not flying it with the safe on. You're just kind of steering it around and the safe's doing the flying. That's my best advice. But in no way am I telling you don't use it. If you need it if the plane's going in and the safe will save it, then save it. If you're uncomfortable, you get disoriented, even if it's just for a minute. You lost it in the sun. Hit the switch, turn the safe back on. There's no shame in turning the safe on when you need it. There's absolutely no shame in it. The main objective here is to save the airplane. Above everything else, save the airplane. So if turning the safe on saves the airplane, then use it. It's pretty good. It helps you when you're learning your left and your right, because when the plane's coming at you, everything's back. Well, the left and right's backwards. So it helps you learn that without crashing the airplane, without getting too disoriented. Um, it has its purpose. It has its uses. But these guys that just never get off of it and continually for years have been flying unsafe, they're just not flying, you know. And it's not really how to enjoy this hobby. And then you're limiting yourself to the only airplanes you can fly are the Horizon Hobby planes, because nothing else comes with safe in it. You can put it in it. I mean, there's all kinds of aftermarket gyros that you can put in airplanes now. And even Motion RC sells a receiver now that has safe and a gyro and safe and everything in it, so that you can put it in any airplane and have basically the same thing as the bind and fly planes from Horizon. But it's not the way to fly. I'm not, I learned to fly 47 years ago before any of this stuff was out. Um, and there's a lot of guys from my era that don't believe in this stuff. Oh, you shouldn't even use it. I didn't learn it to use it. I learned to fly without it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fine. Okay. There's a lot of things in life now that are a lot easier than they used to be, and we all use them. We didn't have cell phones 47 years ago, but we all have one now. So I'm not on that page at all. Absolutely, get an apprentice, learn to fly. Absolutely, utilize the safe, but don't keep flying it, using it as a crutch. Wean yourself off of it more and more. And I tell guys, listen, flip the switch even if you don't need to, just to keep the muscle memory, to remember to do it when you have a problem. So just take off, fly around, turn it off, turn it back on, turn it off, turn it back on, just randomly. You don't have to be in trouble to flip the switch on and off. And just muscle memory. Get used to where the switch is, how to get. So when you are in trouble, it's just second nature. Where the switch is, you hit it and you save the airplane. And eventually, you'll get off of it completely. As long as you keep working at trying to get off of it. So I got two guys I've been teaching to fly out the field, and they don't want to get off the safe. And I can't teach them anything now. I mean, there's just nothing. I can't teach you to fly if you're not going to fly. So if you're flying around in safe, I can't teach you to fly. I can give you some direction of why this and that, but if you're never going to turn the safe off, then I can't teach you to fly, because you're not flying, the safe is. So, yeah, it depends on the plane, Randy, but yeah, a lot of times, small movements move the plane a lot. And that's a big problem. A lot of people overstick it. And I'm constantly yelling at people. Well, not yelling at them, but while I'm teaching them, don't overstick it. Stop banging the sticks. Just gentle motion. Give it a little stick. Let the airplane come around. Wait for the plane to come around. Don't just bang the stick and expect an immediate reaction. You're not flying a jet. You're not going to get that kind of response. When you're flying an apprentice, it takes it a minute to turn. It's not going to be lightning fast. Just like the Cub. And they're great planes to fly. I have Cubs and stuff. I love slow flying. The Stoll stuff is fun. I have tons of that kind of airplane. But you have to remember when you're flying it that it's not going to respond like a jet. So, and that's what I can't get these guys to understand. So, they bank the airplane expecting it to turn immediately. I'm like, no, just give it a little stick and wait. Give it a minute. It'll come around. And it does. Nice and gentle. They're doing this kind of crap, and it's this. It's stick it, let go of the stick, and the safe auto levels. Stick it, let go of the stick at auto levels. Stick it, and you see this as they're trying to make a turn around no, stop doing that. Listen, just give it a little stick and hold it. and hold it there. Just hold it, and it comes around nice and gentle, nice and flat and gentle, and you see it will come around. Just give it a minute. I had one kid I was teaching to fly. Oh my god, he was constantly moving the sticks. He would not, it literally would not stop moving the sticks. The plane's flying straight and level, and he's still moving the sticks. Like, Johnny, what are you doing? Well, I'm flying. No, why are you sticking it? What are you trying to make it do? He thinks that you just have to keep. It's like people that learn to drive a stick shift. You know, they think you have to keep shifting constantly. They don't realize that there's only 4 gears or 5, whatever. And when you get to the high gear, you're done. No, they think you have to keep going. That's how you drive the car. You get to keep shifting, to keep it going. It's a constant movement of keep shifting. So this kid thinks he's got to keep sticking to keep the plane in the air, and I could not get him to stop doing that. Johnny, let go of the sticks. And he let go of it. What's the plane doing? It's flying. Do you need to be doing anything? No, it's flying. Okay, then stop sticking it. And right back to... Oh, God. It is crazy. It was, it was like it was stirring batter. I mean, he's just rolling the stick, both of them, around and around in circles like this. Constantly. He just would never let go of it. Never stop moving the sticks. They were constantly moving the whole time. And it was a freaking timber. One of the planes you never have to adjust. It'll fly to the, to California on its own if you just let go of it. And yet this kid's rolling it around like it was crazy. Just could not get him to stop doing it. Yeah, the helis and the quadcopters in general are much more responsive to stick inputs. So yeah, you have to be much gentler on the sticks usually. I have flown some that have been detuned so much that you literally have to bang the sticks just to make it go somewhere. And that's, I immediately tell them, listen, we got to reprogram this because this you don't want to learn to fly like this. They think it makes it easier to make it less responsive, but it really doesn't. It makes you over control it just to get it to fly, where you want it to go, and that's not a way to learn. That's just going to make it even harder. So yeah, give that a try. Turn the safe off. Trim it. See if it'll fly, straight and level. And stop trying to make right turns. And if that's the case, then I suggest trying to rebind it. Just take it home and put it on a nice flat, like your kitchen table. And bind it again. And then take it out and fly it. And if it's still doing it, put something under the left front wheel. If it's a tail dragger, like the Cub, shim the left front wheel, like the thickness of your phone. Just put your phone under the left front tire and then rebind it again. Because if it thinks this is level, when in fact it's flying, and you increase that and bind it, and now it thinks, when it thinks it's level, it's going to roll back, and the plane should come out to level. Because you're increasing it's trying to roll to the right. So if you force it to the right, it's going to come back to the left to compensate what it thinks is the new level. If that makes any sense. It's a few things to try. But the best thing I can tell you is, like Randy said, get some help. Find someone that's experienced, especially somebody that knows the spectrum stuff really well. and see if they can figure out what's going on. We're guessing because I can't fly the plane. I can't see the plane. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what the plane's doing. So we're just throwing ideas out there I've seen before in other airplanes. But if the guy at the field knows what he's doing, knows spectrum, knows the safe stuff, he's going to have a much better shot at figuring out what you're doing wrong and fixing it than we are. Yeah, I mean, even if they're all the same, you're right, Randy. Even if they're the same exact airplane, they're all going to have differences in the molds, the way they're assembled. Did the person putting the connecting rods in, get them exactly the same length every time? No. So yeah, every model flies different, and it just knowing what to do to it to make it fly right is the trick, and that just comes with experience. The more you fly, the better you get at learning why it flies and what makes it do what and what you need to do to make it correct what it's trying to do. That's just all experience. That just comes with time. Um, but yeah, the best advice is to get some help at the field if you can. If not, then we'll just keep trying to help you this way. We'll, I don't know if you fly at a flying field or if you're flying on your own property, and well, that's the best advice. RC reviews is just fly it without the safe. But make sure you know where the safe is and turn it on anyway, even when you don't need it, just so that you remember where it is. Keep that muscle memory active. So even though it might be flying perfect and you don't need the safe, flip it on anyway for a second. Flip it right back off. But keep that muscle memory, uh, so that you know where it is. It's amazing how when people turn it off, they think they're not allowed to turn it back on. And I keep telling them, look, and just hit the switch. Well, I don't need it. I don't care. Hit it anyway. Just hit it. And they hit it. I says, okay, now turn it back off. Well, why did I turn it on if I didn't? Because I'm just trying to keep the muscle memory so that when you do need it, it'll be instinctive to hit it. You won't have to think about it. Where's the switch? It'll be instinctive. You'll just do it. When you get in trouble, you'll just hit it automatically. So that's what I'm trying to get these guys to try to muscle memory so that they don't have to think about it. It'll just be instinctive to just hit the switch. So, yeah, there's some guys that don't like safe at all. They don't think you should be using it. Get rid of it. It's no good. Doesn't work. Blah, blah, blah. I don't subscribe to that. And there's other people that think it's the greatest thing on earth and everybody should be flying with safe. Now, I don't subscribe to that either. But I definitely think it has a usefulness, for sure. See, there's another thing that people don't realize, too. Every time you fly the airplane, you have to trim it. Okay? It doesn't matter if you trimmed it the last time you flew it. It should still be trimmed. Now, every time you fly it, it's going to be different. Different battery, different placement of the battery. Even if you put it in the exact same spot, it might have a different weight to it. Where the weight is on the bat. All these things are going to change CG, change attitude, change the way the plane flies. Real airplanes have to be trimmed every time you fly them. Models are no different. Same thing. Every time you fly them, you have to trim them. There's all kinds of things at play that will change the trim of the airplane. Temperature will change the trim of the airplane. Okay? So don't think it's a once and done kind of thing. I'm trimming my airplane every flight during the flight, just like a real airplane. If you haven't watched a video on YouTube, go watch a full scale airliner pilot from the cockpit. You know, where they're doing they've got a camera in the cockpit, usually in the back by the door, so that you can see the center console, both flight control areas, the pilot, the first officer, everything is in view. Okay? And just watch it for a while. And for one thing, it's going to be trimming all the time is the elevator. There's a wheel on both sides of the console that spins constantly while they're flying. And that's the auto trim on the elevator. Constantly doing this. Okay? It could be a passenger in the very back of the airplane walked all the way to the front of the airplane. Think about it. If the CG is dead center in the middle of the airplane, and you've got a 200-pound person behind the CG, okay, and he moves forward of the CG all the way, you got 200 pounds from the back of the airplane moving to the front of the airplane. That's a 400-pound variance. The plane's going to react to that. Okay? It's going to trim for that. That's what the trim wheels are doing. Okay? So there's all kinds of things. When the temperature changes, it's going to need retrimming. It just, you know, if you're in lift, you're going to need to retrim. You know, if all of a sudden you fly into some rising air, you know, and you still want to fly straight and level, and you don't want the plane to climb, you're going to have to trim. So you got to trim all the time, every flight, during the flight. You know, I've noticed several times. Well, what happens too? Here's another variable people don't think about. I've got my plane trimmed to fly straight and level at half throttle, perfect. It's all trimmed out. And I fly for 3 or 4 minutes, and now all of it, I haven't touched the stick, and the throttle stick, and now all of a sudden the plane's descending. It won't fly straight. It's diving slightly. You know, well, I didn't move the stick. Why is it doing that? Well, the battery's running down. Less voltage, less power on the prop. You didn't notice a pitch change sound that the prop is not pulling as hard, but it's not. And now the plane doesn't have as quite a fast speed as it had a minute ago, and now it's starting to. So you got to trim it again. You know, you want that nose back up, you got to trim it again. It's constant variables are changing. So, yeah, that's the biggest thing I can't get people to understand. They think, well, I trimmed it once I flew it. It should be trimmed for. No, it's not going to be trimmed. You know, every time you change the battery, you're changing the whole CG of the airplane. You know, because listen, I've got 4 battery packs that are identical. I bought them at the same time. They're identical battery packs. They all weigh different. None of them weigh the same. They all have different weight. Not by a lot, but it doesn't take a lot. You know, depending on where you put the battery on the CG, it doesn't take a lot. So every one of those, I'm going to have to trim the airplane just because the weight of the battery is different by, you know, a few grams. Okay, you're going to have to retrim the airplane. So keep that in mind. You know, it's not a once and done ever. Real planes aren't once and done. Listen, you have takeoff trim, you have cruise altitude trim, then you have people moving around in the cabin with the autopilot's constantly retrimming. You know, our little planes are no different. Everything works exactly the same. So, right. Of course, Randy, I understand what you're saying, but think about it for a minute. It doesn't fly straight and level at full throttle and half throttle. Okay? So if you want it to fly straight and level in both those positions, you're going to have to trim it. So, are you flying it around wide open throttle the whole time? Okay, well, then it's going to fly nice and good all the time. But if you're constantly readjusting the throttle, you're going to have to trim it because it's not going to stay in the same attitude at different speeds. You're going to lose lift. When you lose lift, nose down. Okay, and you want to fly at half throttle for a while, you're going to have to trim it. I mean, it's not going to fly straight and level at half throttle if it was at full throttle. You know, it's the aerodynamics. It's you know, it's a law. You know, like gravity. It's a law. You know, you just can't change the laws of physics. It's physically impossible. So yeah, it's going to need to be trimmed. I've had some planes right out of the box that flew amazing. You know, left, right were good. No rolling. It was dead straight. But you still can't. You know, speed is the factor. The faster you go, the easier, the more lift you get, and it's not going to behave the same at wide open throttle and at almost no throttle. It's not going to behave the same. So if you want it to behave the same, you have to trim it. So that's why I'm constantly trimming my airplane. So as I'm slowing down to land, you know, I retrim it, and then I have usually some mix of valve as well. Uh, on different airplanes, some airplanes don't react to the flaps, others do. So you might have to put some mixing in to get that nose back up on final. That was such a good airplane, that Wildcat. They did away with it, and then they brought it back, and then they did away with it again, did they? Or can you still get them? I'm not talking about the UMX one. I'm talking about the park flyer size one. You know, it just had simulated. As a matter of fact, I have a pair of those simulated wheels right there. You brought up the Wildcat. That's funny. So here's one of the fake wheels off that Wildcat. Because it had, you know, it didn't have any landing gear. It was a belly lander. So these were glued on to look like because the gear went up like this. You know, we went into pockets, and the wheels were just hanging out the side of the fuselage. And that's one of them right there. The other one's over there too. Yeah. Was the new one any different than the old one? Or were they the same? Did you never have an old one? Only the new one. Why do you want a timber? Listen, it can be a good plane, and it can be a bad plane. Not that it's going to fly bad, but it just might not be very enjoyable. So there might be better choices than that. You know, I bought a timber after flying a buddy of mine's, but I wasn't flying it a lot, and I thought it was great. You know, I love the lights. I thought it looked cool. I thought it flew great, and I bought it. And then I realized that it won't do anything but stole. You know, it's great for that. You want to do short takeoff and landings. Um, it's great for that. You want to do water landings, you know, with the floats. It's great for that. If you want to do rolls and loops and fly it inverted or any of that, forget it. It doesn't want to do any of that very well. It will do it. It won't do it well. So there might be better choices. I know the Timber X, from what I've been told, I haven't flown one yet, but I've been told that the Timber X has all the stability of the Timber, but it's much more maneuverable. So it will do rolls and loops and that kind of stuff. So the plane's more versatile and way more fun to fly. Um, I don't fly my timber much because I get bored with it. Like I said, the only thing it does well is the STOLs, short takeoff and landing stuff. If you want to shoot touch and goes all day, yeah, it's good for that. Um, yeah, it's a step up from the Apprentice. Yeah, but there's a lot of planes that are a step up from the Apprentice that are probably better choices. Um, Depends on what you want to do. That's why I'm asking. Um, if you're looking for a plane that's gonna, yeah, John, I love my the UMX Timber is the best plane they've ever made. That thing is so much fun to fly. Um, the only reason I wouldn't recommend it to a new pilot is it's not, it's a UMX. It's not durable. So you have mishaps, it gets beat up. But as far as flying and fun, oh my god, that thing is a blast. Love that airplane. If it was more durable, it would be perfect. Durability is the only problem I have with that thing. Other than that's one of my favorite airplanes. I love that little UMX Timber. That nothing like the big Timber. Nothing like it. They're not even in the same ballpark. They look similar. That's it. Nothing else. That thing flies so much better than the big one. It's not even funny. So, if you're looking for something that'll get you past, well, let me ask you this: how much money do you want to spend? Because there's some planes I can recommend that you'll enjoy way more, that are going to fly way better, and you're going to enjoy way more than the Timber. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but OBS keeps rejecting my YouTube signal for some reason. I don't have any dropped frames, so it's not OBS at all. It's definitely YouTube. I don't know what's going on, but I keep losing connection. Did I do the lights mod on which one? What plane are we talking about, John? Okay, so what I would recommend. No, you don't want to get a jet. You absolutely. Listen, the first thing I got to tell you, listen, think about it for a minute. Your apprentice at wide open throttle might have done 40 miles an hour. Might have. A jet can't even land at 40 miles an hour, okay? It's going to be flying 60, 80 miles an hour. Shit happens real fast in a jet, okay? When you're doing 60, 80 and you get disoriented, it's in the ground before you figure it out. So you don't want to go to a jet. Everybody thinks I stopped buying jets. They're not that much fun. I'll be honest with you. They're just not. I have so much more fun with different airplanes than jets. I got in this jet thing at first, and I thought they were really cool and everything, and they kind of are. But you know what? They're not my go-to planes. It's so much more fun to fly other stuff than the jets. So, I stopped buying. I haven't bought any more jets, and I don't plan on buying any more jets. This is a new jet, but I didn't buy it. I want it. I wanted it, and I'm really happy I got it. I'm not gonna lie. I do love the plane, but I didn't buy it. I'm not buying any more jets. I'm all done with the jets. There's airplanes I want, and they're not jets. I'm not buying any more jets. I'm done with the jets. I got too many jets as it is. I think I have 6. And that's way too many. It's at least 3 too many. So forget the jet thing. Here's 2 of my recommendations. Um, it sounds like you're getting pretty good at the the apprentice, so you're ready to take a step up. Can you fly in left and right circles, or do you fly around in left circles all day? I mean, can you do left and right comfortably? Right. I mean, I've got 70 airplanes. Only 6 of them are jets, and I'm not buying any more. It's just they're just not that much fun. They're okay. They're fast, you know, but it gets old quick. Um, it's just not as they're just not as much fun as prop planes. I have way more fun with my prop planes. A few in particular, which I'm about to tell you, here in a second when you tell me what your proficiency level is, because I don't want you to get too far ahead. Um, but these 2 planes I'm going to tell you to get um, are fantastic flyers. I just want to make sure you're not one of these guys that's got. Don't buy any more airplanes. Just keep flying the Apprentice until you can stop doing that. You know, I tell people, listen, when you can fly the Apprentice around upside down, you're ready to move on. Okay, if you can't turn the safe off and fly the Apprentice upside down, then you don't need another airplane because you haven't even come close to bypassing what the Apprentice can do. Okay, so here's what I suggest. The Okay, did you learn to fly on an Apprentice, or did you learn to fly on one of these planes, the Cub or the what was the other one? The I know, oh, the Scout. Um, Scout doesn't have ailerons, does it? Right. Yeah. But it. Does the Scout have ailerons, or is it rudder elevator? Okay, it has everything. Okay. All right. So the Carbon Z Cessna 150, the big plane. That's the one I really recommend. Um, don't let the size of it intimidate you. It's an awesome flying airplane. It's amazing how good it flies. It's much easier to fly than the Timber or any of those other things, as long as you can fly. Okay, it's you know it's got safe, so you can program it with safe. It still has safe, so you have that option. Um, but it's just a great flying airplane. It's just the brushless motor is behind the cockpit on the plane. On which plane? The Scout? So the Scout's not. Is the Scout a pusher plane? Like a glider with a pusher motor? Is that what the Scout is? It's not what I thought it was, if that is. Scout I'm thinking of looks like a Cessna. Or a Cub. Looks more like a Cub. So yeah, the Scout's a pusher. It's it's got the prop behind the cockpit pushing it. Okay. Which one are you more comfortable flying, the Scout or the Cub? Hello. Did my internet quit again? Oh, there you are. Okay. So then I would. Here's the two planes I would suggest, because they're both just amazing flyers. The Carbon Z Cessna 150, which is a 51. No, it's a 2000. I think it's a 2001 millimeter wingspan. It's a big airplane. Um, or the Carbon Z T28, which I'm not sure you can get anymore. I haven't been following it. They discontinued it. They brought it back, and then I either they're on back order because they sold out of them again, or they're discontinued again. I'm not sure which. That one's a lot pricier than the Cessna, but it's a better flyer than the Cessna. Um, yeah, I had a plane from Hobby King that was like that, Randy. It was a piece of crap. Um, so the Carbon Z T28 is gigantic. It's 2,000 millimeter wing also. Big airplanes, both of them. Um, but both of them are amazing flyers. Um, and I mean amazing flyers. They just um, super easy to fly, super forgiving in the air, easy to see because they're so big. Um, you know, a lot of people get intimidated by the size, but don't be. It's yeah. I figured it out, Randy. I from what he was saying, it had to be a pusher. So yeah, don't let the size intimidate you. I think the Cessna's one 399. It'll go on sale again. It was on sale last Black Friday last year for 299. And then the T28 I think is 549 or something like that. 529. I don't know, somewhere around that. Um, but two of the easiest, funnest planes to fly. Like I said, I'd much rather take my T-28 out to the field and fly it than this jet. I just, everybody, the spectators all ooh ah over the jet, but as far as fun to fly, it's not really. It's okay. It has its moments. I'll say that it does have its moments. There's a guy I fly with that we're flying formation, and usually I'm lead and he's on me, and we stay together pretty well, and that can be fun. Because it's challenging you know to keep them in formation like that, and we're having fun with that. But in general, especially when I'm flying alone, uh, I'm done with the jets. I bought a couple of jets because of the jet events that are jet only events, and I've already been to one of those, and it was okay, but um, I'm gonna go do one more for sure this year, jet event. But after that, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do the jet thing anymore. Um, and just the amount of money the batteries cost to fly jets is just stupid, and and if you don't take good care of them like I do, they go away fast. So you have to keep replacing the batteries. It's a money. It's kind of like the old joke. You know, if you own a boat, it's a big money hole in the water. It's a hole in the water you keep pouring money into. Well, a jet's kind of the same way. You just keep pouring more and more battery money into it. The returns aren't good enough um, to justify it, I think. So, I recommend this plane to everybody. Randy, if you obviously don't have one, get one. Get the Cessna, either the T-28 or the Cessna or both. And I'll tell you why. For one, they fly better. They're easier to fly. They're forgiving to fly. They'll fly in any wind. It could be 40-mile-an-hour gusts out there. You can fly that Cessna or the T-28 anyway. It flies beautiful in the wind. Doesn't care. Okay? It just you can do anything with you. Fly them upside down, right side up, make loops, rolls, whatever you want to do. Just putts around. They just do it perfect. Okay? They're the two most fun, most forgiving airplanes I own, and I have them both. And I love my Cessnas. My T-28 still looks new, so I don't need to replace it. But my Cessna's beat. I mean, it looks old because it's got over 1,000 flights on it. So if they put them on sale again this year, I'm going to buy another one. That's how well I like that airplane. I'm going to buy another one. I'm not going to retire this one, but I'm going to have two of them because I just love that airplane. It's always in my car. It's in my car right now. There's no airplanes in my car but that Cessna. It's always in my car. I never go to the field without it. I only been to the field once without it when I went to the jet event because I wasn't allowed to bring it. No jets only. No prop planes. No drones. No helicopters. Jets only. So I didn't take it with me because it was going to take up space in the car and I wasn't going to be allowed to fly it. But that plane is always in my car. And it will always be in my car. I just love that airplane. So I would buy that 100 times over a Timber. 1,000,000 times over a Timber. Way more fun to fly than the Timber. Easier to fly, more fun to fly. Uh, Way more aerobatic than the Timber. Just a better airplane all the way around. The Hobby Zone Carbon Cub. Right, but you're not ready for the T the F. You're not ready for an F-16. It's a jet. You're not ready for that. Like I told you, it's flying twice as fast as your other plane ever did. You just it's a whole new world because of the speed. You know, if you get disoriented with the jet for a second, it's in the ground. You know, they're going too fast. You know, any jet you buy is going to do at least 80. Okay? You know, and it's going to land at 40. So, yeah, you don't buy a jet. You're not ready for that yet. You know, buy something you're going to have fun with, and you're going to improve your flight. Uh, the Hobby Zone Carbon Cub. How big is that? What size is that airplane? Oh, okay, but are you ready to be a speed demon? You know, everybody thinks they're ready to be a speed demon, but are you ready to be a speed demon? How long you been flying? I was just going to say that. Thank you, Randy. That's exactly what I was just going to say. Go to a warbird before you buy a jet. That's why the T-28. That's a warbird. You know. But yeah, if you want a Mustang or a Spitfire or one of those, fine. Um, get one of those first before you go to a jet. You don't want to go to a jet. Yeah, everything about a jet is expensive and short. The batteries are expensive and they don't last a long time. The flight times are short because everybody wants to run too fast. Okay, you got to slow a jet way down if you want to get any more than 4 minutes out of it. Okay, you can't go 90, 100 miles an hour in a jet and get more than a 4 minute flight. So, definitely Warbird. Right, the T-28 Trojan. But get the big one, the Carbon Z one. You'll just love that airplane. I promise you're going to love that airplane. And the batteries that you're going to fly the Trojan with, the big one, it will be the batteries you're going to need for your jet. Since you want to go to jets, you're going to need 6 cell jet, battery packs. You can fly them in the Carbon Cub, or I'm sorry, the Cessna, the Carbon Z or the T-28. And here's the beauty of it: when those batteries get too tired to fly the jet anymore, you can still fly the Cessna or the Trojan with those tired batteries. That won't fly the jet anymore, but they'll still fly the Cessna or the Trojan. So that's the beauty of having one anyway. If you're planning on going to jets, then those are the planes you want to have. So that you can use the same battery packs that you're going to be using in your jet, in your big Cessna and your T-28. So those are I would definitely, if you want a Warbird, then go with the T-28. Either one of them will do the job. They're both awesome airplanes. I love flying both of them. The only reason my Trojan isn't in the car all the time is because it takes up so damn much room. It's huge. Even though the Cessna's wingspan's bigger, but the Cessna wings come off the fuselage and store easy, and then you just have the fuselage to store, and it's not that big. The Trojan is huge. The wing is one piece, because you can take it apart, but you don't want to. So you got to put the Trojan wing, the 2,000 millimeter wing, in the car in one piece, and then the fuselage is like this big around. I'm exaggerating, but it's like this big around. It's huge. So it takes up a lot of room in the car. So you got to take less airplanes if you take that to the field. So I don't tend to take that a lot. But I still love, when I take it, I definitely love flying it. I mean, if you want a good plane that's fun to fly, cheap, this Arrow's Bearcat. Get that. Great airplane. It's pretty fast. You know, it's doing the easy 60. Um, Great flyer, very stable. Doesn't come with safe. You'll have to put a gyro in it. Yeah, John, I have two of those T-28s, the airfield one. That's what this box is here. That's one of the T-28 boxes. The plane's right there in the rack, and the other one's brand new, still in the box in the house. I haven't even taken that one out of the box yet. Great airplane. Love that airplane. You know, um, the reason I'm suggesting that the well, you can't get the airfield ones anyway. I don't know if you know this, John, but HSD got all the molds for all the airfield stuff. Okay, and they're not making anything right now but jets. That's all HSD makes right now are jets. So I don't know when we're going to see them go back into production to make that damn airplane. But I love you. You're right. It's a great airplane. I love it. That's why I have two of them. You know, I wasn't going to lose the opportunity. You know, and I bought spare parts. I think I have three extra nose cowls, and I think I have an extra nose gear. I don't know. I've got some spare parts. I know. A canopy. Oh, I've got one or two complete canopies. You know, complete foam canopy, pilot in the can. You know, the whole thing complete. I think I have two of those. Yeah, great airplane, but it doesn't come with safe. You got to put your own stuff in it. That's why I recommended for RC reviews here you know the one from Horizon, the Carbon Z T-28, it's got safe in it. You know, so safe select. So you know it gives you that bonus that you need or that he's used to. You know, flying what he's been flying. So you get the best of both worlds. You get the big airplane that flies fantastic, and you still have your safe if you need it. So, and the Cessna the same way. So, both those planes, big, awesome flyers, and safe, select, capable. So you've got everything you need to go out and have a really good time. Lots of fun, easy to fly, great airplanes. Well, it depends. Do you have any trees on this acre? I've got 3 acres here. But yeah, there's enough room to fly if there weren't trees all over the property. And I've been getting rid of the trees. Every year I get rid of about 6, but I still don't have enough room to fly anything. I mean, I can fly my UMX Timber out here, but now I fly quads here. You know, I've got a race course set up for quadcopters. That's a permanent. It's up all the time. I never take it down. So if I want to race my quads around out here, yeah, I can do that. You fly under the trees. You know, that's easy. So, yeah, I got plenty of room to fly here. Um, the trees are the problem. So I'm slowly but surely getting rid of all the trees. You know, I am absolutely. The trees are going to be gone. I'm getting rid of all the trees. I don't know how much longer it's going to take, years, but you know, it's going to happen. So I'm going to have my own flying field right here. An acre, yeah, depending on what it's shaped like, you could possibly uh, have enough room for it. But listen, an acre's not enough for a jet. There's no way you're flying a jet on an acre of property. So, you know, if that's your go-to, you forget it. You know, it ain't happening. You know, you're gonna have to go join a club, a flying field, or go find someplace else to fly because an acre ain't enough. Um, if your end goal is jets, then your acre ain't near enough. Well, what's the property shaped like? What's the size of it? Is it a triangle? Is it rectangle? Is it square? What's your acre look like? Shaped like a football field. Eh, boy. Okay, I could fly my T-28 on your field, no problem. Been doing it for 47 years. Could you? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Listen, the flying part's easy. It's the landing part that's the problem. Is a field that size enough room to land a T-28? Yes, as long as you're good at landing. Where you can bring it down and get it down and stopped, in 300 feet, 400 feet, roughly. You know, um, if you can't, then the big plane's too big for your field. Um, the Cessna's definitely, I don't know. God, they both land so good. I keep wanting to say the Cessna's easier to land, but it really isn't. If anything, I think the T-28's easier to land, to be honest. Um, right, it's longer than it's wide, but I'm judging by my property here and what I would consider an acre of my property, and you're looking at roughly 400 feet by 300 feet. Round guess, I'm guessing. Yeah, so you could fly anything off that runway. Yeah, Randy, the field I fly at, listen, we've got 633 acres, all right? The main field that we fly in is 40 acres. The runway, but when you're in the air, your acre, you fly over everybody else's property too. I mean, that means there's no trees on the adjacent properties either. So he doesn't have that issue. He doesn't have to do over a tree and dive down to make the runway. He can be on approach from three properties over, at low altitude and just bring it right in. So if those are the circumstances, then yes, no problem flying T-28 on an acre of land. Or the Cessna, no problem at all. Now, if it was a box, trees all the way around it, then you still could fly it, but it ain't gonna be a lot of fun. Because you're gonna be constantly in a turn, and there's just not a lot of room to maneuver. So, yeah, that's gonna limit you. If that's all you have is an acre. Um, but once you're in the air, it doesn't matter. Okay, I will check out. Is that your channel, RC Reviews? So the acre you're flying off of it has a what? A street running through it? Yeah, I have the same thing here. My whole back, my property is about 850 feet long. It's pie shaped. It's 450 feet at the widest point at that end, and it goes to a point. Okay? I've got a street out in front of me and high tension power lines behind me. Um, if I didn't have trees around the property and on the adjacent properties, yeah, I could, fly around and go out over the road. You know, I mean, yeah, you're not supposed to do that, but you're not supposed to fly over 400 feet. You're not supposed, who cares? I could do it. It would give me room to fly. Go back and check. Is it on a YouTube video? Where do I gotta go, John? To see what you did with the man, I can't wait to see what you did with the UMX lights. What'd you do? Is there a video up I can go watch? Is it on your channel? Because if it is, when I go in the house, I'm gonna go watch it. Go back about 30 minutes. You mean in my stream here? I don't think I can go back that far. Maybe. Did you send me a link? Well, see, now I can't read because I'm gone back. I can't read. If you type anything, I won't be able to read it. Was it before the call in the airport or after? Let me go back to the. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to find it because I can't talk to you at the same time. I got to keep jumping back and forth. I'll never find it. Um, well, didn't you just RC reviews? Didn't you just tell me to go check out your your channel? You don't have any. I mean, can I see your property on your channel? Is that what you want me to see? Yeah, John, I can't go back to 404 like you're telling me to because I'm the host. and then the host. What I'm in is YouTube. Oh, what the hell they call this? Studio. In studio mode, you can't just click back the little time framey thing like you can when you're watching the stream. It doesn't work that way. I can't go back to 4 minutes. I mean, I can, but I can't do it like I can't pinpoint 4:04. I have no way of knowing what the time frame was when I scroll up the stream. So I can't go to 4:04. I mean, I can, but I don't know how to get to it. I don't know where it is. Give me a hint. Here's Johnny. What are you sending me here, Johnny? Is it a link? What are you? Okay, I've heard this, Johnny. You know what? Do you have any videos of it? God, the wind outside is just ridiculous. Crap. Was it on YouTube, Johnny? Is that where you saw it? Okay. I'll go look for it. I want to see this. I don't know if it was you mentioned it last week or somebody else mentioned it, but somebody told me about doing something with glue, like you're saying, to make the lights um, more visible. So I want to see it for sure. So I thank you. I will definitely go check that out. Um, that's something I would definitely want to see. Not that they need any more lighting or anything, but it still sounds like a cool idea. So yeah, I'll check that out for sure. Man, we got a lot of lurkers in here. There's only 3 people talking, and there's 11 people in here. That's hilarious. See, every once in a while I'm the marathon man. Well, damn it, I got 11 people in here. I'm assuming I'm entertaining these people to watch. Maybe they're not talking, but they're still listening, and this is why my shows go so long. It's because I'm not the only one in the room. Where do you live at, RC Reviews? Are you in the United States? Are you somewhere else? Where are you at? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Go fix a snack. Did you bring some for everyone? I'm hungry too. I'm here for beer and hookers. Hey, you know who didn't show up? Mr. Cub Crazy's not in the room. What happened to him tonight? He's usually here. Um, I'm in the grade of USA. Okay, well, where are you? I mean, what time is it where you are? Are you out in California where it's what, 2 in the morning? You know. Oh, Tim's. What are you working on, Tim? Working on stuff, airplane stuff. God, this has been a good night tonight. This night, I can't believe it's almost 5 o'clock. This night flew by. This is crazy. I mean, it was, you know, when I went to paint these damn things, I think it was like 2, and I didn't even think the paint was dry on these yet. I'm sure it is, since it's almost 5. Okay, so it's 3:39 where you are. Okay, I was just curious, because it's 4:39 here. So yeah, you're only an hour behind. Oh, you're on Central Time. Yep. Converted a buggy to a rally road car. Oh, really? Full size we're talking about, right? We're not talking about a RC car. We're talking about full size. Oh, it is an RC. Okay. What kind of buggy is it? What did you start with? What did you convert? You've got the what? The Tennessee Walking Blues? Is that what that abbreviation is for? What do you what do you mean? What are you depressed, Randy? Do you need some intervention? You converted a rustler into a monster truck? Really? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Gotcha, buddy. Yeah, I saw that on the news. Which is rare because I don't watch the news. Um, just happened to be walking out of the bedroom and it came on the television. But yeah, you okay? Everything all right at your place? Did you get any damage? Oh, so you watch the RC Sailors, do you? That's interesting. Yeah, I've been watching them grow for many years now. Um, it's pretty funny. Uh, they pretty much. I don't remember if they started with the trucks or the drones. I think they were doing mostly drones. Yeah, they definitely were doing drones at the beginning. The little toy drones, and then they started graduating up from that. And they had gotten some trucks in the beginning that they were having trouble with, and they didn't know how to fix it. Nate doesn't know how to solder, so I contacted him and told him, if he'd sent me the truck, I'd fix it for him. I didn't hear back from him. Um, yeah, I haven't watched the show in a long time. I, I think Abby's cute as shit. I used to watch because I thought she was so damn cute, but um, I kind of lost interest in their show. They're just they're pretty green at this. I mean, they're getting better now. Grace have been on the air good at least 4 years, I think. Um, but back then when I was watching them, they were pretty green. So um, all they could do is get a product, open the box, and then go out and play with it, and then tell you how they felt about it. Which is not. But there's nothing wrong with that, except that they don't have any experience to compare it to. You know what I mean? They don't have a fallback like, yeah, if you've ever flown one of these, this one doesn't fly just like it, but similar, or and they didn't have that kind of information. I'm sure they do now. They've gone through a lot of product. Um, so, but yeah, I haven't watched their show in a couple of years. I used to watch it all the time. Oh, are the sailors doing giveaways too? Are they doing that? Put your name in a hat and giveaway stuff. I mean, they've got a shitload of subscribers, so they certainly can't do what we're doing because there's just too many people. Unless they're only getting 50 people in their live shows. Are they doing live shows? Or are they still just doing reviews? Flying Yan? I never saw that show. That's funny. Yeah, I get that one. Um, I can't. I just don't have the money to go out and buy airplanes to review every time a new product comes out. So that's where I'm falling behind is you know I just can't Ryan and Wes are both getting um, I don't know that Wes is getting any free airplanes. I think he gets you know people on his channel send him an airplane to review for them. They'll buy it, ship it to him. He'll put it together, fly it, give his review on it, and then ship it back to him. And Ryan's getting, because Ryan's been doing this so long, he's got a lot of um, exposure. So he's now getting some serious backing, which is good for him. I mean, he deserves it. He worked hard to get where he is, and it's paying off now. So they have the luxury of reviewing brand new product as it comes out, and I don't have that luxury. I can't go out and buy brand new airplanes every time one comes out to review it and do giveaways and all. I can't do it yet. Um, I finally figured out why they won't monetize me. Even though I hit the 4,000 watch hours, I only hit it once, and I'm not even close most of the time. So that's what's holding me up to be monetized. Is that I can't. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get 4,000 watch hours every month? Um, Man, that's just crazy. I used to have a G37. Uh, it was a G37S. '09. I bought it brand new. Bought it off the showroom floor. Literally, it was on. It was Christmas. It was on. It was the day after Christmas. On the showroom floor. It was a red 4-door G37S with a white bow on the roof. And I bought it right off the floor and drove it off the floor. Man, I love that car till they fucked it up. E-Fest was I believe we're talking about what used to be uh, the fall Joe Knoll's show. Okay, Joe Knoll used to do a electric only event. They have their big event early in the year, which is coming up. I think next month, maybe this month. I don't remember. Um, that's their big blowout, Joe Knoll, and then they had one in the fall that they used to call E-Fest because it was electric only. They were trying to have a dedicated show for electric only. So that didn't go off. It wasn't a big enough turnout for them to put it on, so they decided to open it back up to everybody. So now it's called Knoll in the fall. Okay, so you have Joe Knoll in the spring, and then Knoll in the fall. And that used to be E-Fest. So that's what that is. It was, Joe Knoll is a huge event. I haven't been to it, but I've watched thousands of hours of video from it. So I know how big it is, and I know how big of an event it is. And if I went to it, which, everybody's talking about going to it. I don't know if you've been watching, Dave Marshall and the other guys are all talking about they bought these German DR-1 type biplanes, World War I biplanes, just so they could take them there and crash them and into each other. Literally, they want to crash them and break them and tear them up into each other. And they're trying to get a big party together. And there's a lot of people that say they're going to go. There's a lot of people. Like ours. I think Jeff's Customs RC, he's going to go. I think Dave's RC is going to go. And Wreckham Roy and God, who else? Bunch of people say they're going to go. Now it's in South Carolina. Um, so, and I don't know yet. I may or may not go. I don't know. I probably won't take anything to fly, or I might take um, RC Sparks. Um, there's a field down here called Sparks in Florida. If you're talking about Joe Knoll, no, it's at it's called Triple Tree. You know, they host a lot of airplane events there, real airplane events, not just model events. They do it all. It's a huge facility. It has grass runways for the full size planes. Um, they have you know, big events there for full scale planes. Like, I think, I believe I think the Beechcraft Club has a meeting there once a year, and some ultralights, light sports, all different kinds of stuff. You know, groups have meetings there all during the year, and twice a year there's a big RC event there. So it's called Triple Tree, the physical property. So if you Google Map Triple Tree, you'll find it. And then the events are called Joe Knoll and then Knoll in the Fall. Those are the two RC events. And he's got a hangar there with a P-51 Mustang, I think an AT-6 Texan, and I think a Sturman biplane, and he's got a bunch of real airplanes in a big hangar on the property with a bunch of model airplanes hanging over top of it. So again, I haven't been there yet, but it's huge, and I do want to go. But I think I wouldn't go as a pilot. I'd go as a spectator. I'd probably bring my big Cessna and with floats on it because it came with floats, and I'd probably put the floats on it and go fly off the water, either at night, dusk, maybe at night. Um, that's probably what I would do at Joe Knoll. I don't think I'd go there to fly on the main flight line. It's just too many planes, too many people, too many rules. You know, you're going to fly a left-hand pattern just down the runway and then out to the tree line and down and back. That's all you're allowed to do. You know, they don't want to see loops and rolls and all because too many planes in the air, too much of a choice, too much of a chance for a midair, so they don't want to see it. So too many rules. I mean, I understand. Michael, what the hell? Are you getting up to go to work? You just going to bed? What's going on? That's hilarious. I can't believe you're in the room. Um, so yeah, that's I mean, if you want to see a lot of cool airplanes, that's the one to go to. Joe Knoll. I mean, it's huge. Um, but personally, I don't think I would go there to fly. It's just too much going on. All right. So did everybody give up? Everybody asleep? Everybody leave? What's going on? Nobody's talking to me. I'm asking questions. I'm not getting answers. Nobody's talking to me. I'm getting a complex, guys. I'm gonna go eat some worms. Well, it's 5 o'clock. I'm gonna call it. Um, Listen, guys. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. I really do. I love doing this, as you can tell. And it was great having you all here tonight. I can't believe we went till 5 o'clock. That's amazing. Um, But yeah, I'm going to call it because I want to go get some sleep so I can get started on more of this tomorrow. And so you guys all have a good night, all right? I'll see you probably, Dave's show's tomorrow night. Dave's RC. So if you want to check that one out, I hope I'll see you there. I'll probably be in that show. Oh, wait. No, I don't work tomorrow. That's right. Yeah, so I'll be in Dave's show tomorrow night. And he starts at 9 usually. So, yeah, if you haven't subscribed, go subscribe so you get notification. Hit the bell. And I'll see you in Dave's show tomorrow night. And if not, then maybe in Ryan's show on a Saturday night. Either way, I'm sure I'll see you guys somewhere. So, again, thanks for coming. We'll check you all out later. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. You too, Randy. And RC Reviews, whatever your name is. Glad you made it in. It's good to see you. So, all right, Tim. I'll chat with you. I want to see some pictures. Send me some pictures of that. You have my number. Just text them to me. I want to see the pictures of this rally car you built. All right, guys. I'll see you later.